All right. Hello, 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 my wonderful friends over in stream. I see we've got a few people hanging out. Oh, holy shit, actually, we got a lot of people hanging out already. Nice. Okay, well, yeah, welcome to Dungeons and Dragons. Welcome to the Wildlands campaign. This is session number 41. We are going to do our regular quick recap, and then we are going to dive into the thick of it. There's a lot of things going on today. There was some cool artwork that I convinced artificial intelligence to generate for me, and holy shit, it did not disappoint. So that was pretty cool. Looks like we got a couple level ups happening, so we'll be processing those right off the bat when we do the XP recap, and then yeah, we're going to dive into this thing. Thanks for being here. It's the last day of September, by the way, so if you are interested in a cheap sub... Hey, Lucy, thanks for... Oh, that's your Prime sub. You don't get that cheap anyways. You get that free. You pay for it on the back end. Well, anyways, yeah, today's the last day of September, so if you're interested, I think that Twitch moved subs to 25% off for single subs. So it's like, it's, yeah, you know, no pressure. But if you're looking for the emotes, actually, we have a new Among Us emote coming. Bay is making Candace and I some new emotes, and we have slots for them, so we're going to put them in because, quite frankly, they're fucking hilarious. So... anyways, without further ado, let's dive into session number 41, my friends. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you in a little bit. Alright, let's go ahead and do our recap from session number 40. So, first and foremost, this was September part 1. So, the group traveled to Kiru, where they met with the village elders, guards, and told them about their success. That was with the hags. And then you guys met with who at the time was a very, very intoxicated Grim, and you made the choice to travel to Zlagmoshumbik, and from there you would kind of decide what you were going to do as far as this Crone situation was concerned, yada yada. Well... you decided that you were going to go ahead and travel by airship. You guys began your travel, and during the travel, Winnie learned that unfortunately the Oasis had just fallen to the World Breaker. So obviously she was not in good spirits. Ulrich and Sybil, once you guys landed at Zlagmoshumbik, you had some prayer and reflection time, and Ulrich kind of dedicated himself to trying to help Sybil through her own mental anguish, which was actually a really cool roleplay moment. Going back and watching that moment was pretty impressive, actually. The group, you guys, then met with Ezekiel, and you made the choice to, after you had found out that the Crone was not just like some random hag with a couple little minions. She'd actually amassed a pretty sizable force of giantkin, ogres, bugbears, some small giants, things like that. You guys decided that you were going to go ahead and amass your entire military force and march them from the Grove to Zlagmoshumbik, where they would assemble before marching on Demon Spring, and then going back up to the Grove, if obviously there were survivors. During that time, you guys had decided that you were going to kind of watch and wait as far as the Jungle Oasis was concerned, because Winnie was able to find out that her dad was alive, at least in some way, shape, or form, though he couldn't talk all that much. Guys, give me a second, I'm sorry. Alright, sorry, my sinuses have been absolutely fucking destroying me for like 2 weeks, to the point where I'm like physically exhausted and like flu-like. But I don't have the flu, or COVID, or anything like that, but... I'm going to blow my nose out. Alright, anyways. So you guys decided that because he was alive, or at least you thought he was alive, that you were going to wait for the remainder of the World Breakers troops to kind of move out of the Oasis and try to get there before the undead showed up to play housekeeping and rescue people. Though you haven't really... You guys haven't officially solidified those details. You had just kind of begun the framework for it and kind of laid out, you know, what was going to happen. But you did give the order to begin to mobilize troops to move to Zlagmoshumbik, which they are currently doing. So, with that being said, everybody earned 2,000 XP for roleplay, and Ulrich and Sybil earned the entire group an additional 1,000 for their moment in the temple with the prayer and meditation and rededication to the healing process of Sybil's mind, which is, again, awesome. So that's 3,000 XP for everybody. Ulrich, that brings you to 107,861. Sybil to 90... let's see, Sybil is 91,429. Gartok, 101,154. And Winnie and Bloodmane, 102,154. So what that means is that Gartok, Winnie, and Bloodmane have officially leveled up to level 12. Congratulations. So if you guys want to, go ahead and roll your hit die in Roll20, and then adjust your character's hit points accordingly. And then you can begin that level up process while we're in the kind of the beginning portion of this. I know that you guys were probably going to have a long rest while you were here anyways, making your decisions and awaiting troops and all that stuff. So you can go ahead and do that. So Winnie, 3 plus your con modifier, which
yeah, it's 5.
Is pretty high, isn't it? Well, it's decent. Okay, those are all the notes that I had. Congratulations to those who have leveled up. Level 12 is actually pretty big for everybody. Okay, any questions, comments, or clarifications? Alright guys, give me just one moment to get a few things set up on my end. What was the survival roll for?
It was just making sure D&D Beyond was working.
You guys know you can roll single dice in D&D Beyond, right? And it will transfer over.
Oh yeah,
on your
I always
character
forget
sheet.
it's in the bottom.
Just so you know.
I did not realize that you could do that, actually.
Yeah, and if you click the die that you want, like the individual die that you want to roll, because there's that little d20 in the bottom left-hand corner that brings up the whole list, you can click it more than once if you want to do custom rolls of certain things. So if I'm like, hey, give me 4d6, you can just do it right there in D&D Beyond, instead of trying to convince Roll20 to make things happen.
So I turned off the digital dice rolling because that was lagging forever.
Okay.
And I don't have that d20 that I see.
Bottom left.
Yeah, probably because you turned off digital dice rolling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's an unfortunate side effect of this, but it's better than 5 minutes a roll, so.
Yeah, agreed. Alright, guys. So we are, today is the 22nd of Jury, Wednesday the 22nd of Jury, and I have written down, I believe it's 3 p.m. 3 p.m. is where we are picking up. You guys have just finished the, kind of the outlining conversation that was, here's the, and if you guys, I know you guys can all see the map that you're on right now. Obviously, I kind of traced the route that that your guys' forces will take to Zlag-Motionbeak, and then from Zlag-Motionbeak to Demon Spring to engage the forces of the Crone, and then the route that they will take back home. They will bypass Zlag-Motionbeak and take the river back north, and that will be that. That's their intention. So, without further ado, we will go ahead and begin. What would you guys like to do at this point? And again, for those of you who have leveled, you're more than welcome to continue on.
Well, I think because the plan was that we were going to head to Demon Springs, have them kind of help us with that.
Well, no, more than that. You were going to send, you guys told me you were sending all of your forces there to 3-1 the forces of the Crone, and then that was that. But I think you guys had said you were waiting and watching, but you hadn't really given me details on how you anticipate doing that, so, as far as the stuff going on in the Galorian jungle.
Yeah, because we were trying to figure out how long it would be till the undead are there.
Right, and I had given you details about that because you guys asked Ezekiel about it. However, Ezekiel, if I remember correctly, he did have a conversation with you guys about being able to muster mages to at least create teleportation circles to get you guys there, and that's kind of where we had left off. Because I don't know if you were intending, Candace, on Winnie going there just to rescue her dad, or if she's gonna actually look for other survivors.
Well, the plan was definitely look for other survivors.
I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't give a shit either way.
Well, I don't think we talked about it as a group, so we probably need to do that.
So we'll say at this point, because it's like 3 p.m., you guys, here, I'll put you back on, let me put you back in the actual map here. So you guys, okay, so I do have you guys up at Ezekiel's tower, so we'll say for the sake of brevity that you guys are still there. And we'll say even more that you are inside of the tower, and he is kind of like left and given you guys kind of some space and time to discuss and go about your business. But he did tell you for a fact he could successfully muster you mages, because his mage forces are still here recovering from that initial conflict. They were not up in the Grove. But it will cost you.
I need input from everyone because it feels really biased for me to want to go back for my town.
It's a place where we know survivors are, and anyone we can save is either a potential extra forces or just more people that are okay in the wake of what's going on. So it's not, I mean, yes, it's a bias, but it's one we're not really worried about.
So,
At least I'm not. I mean, I'm not speaking for everyone, but
I don't know how much you trust my input on things or even want to hear it, but it's they're your family. Like, who cares if it's biased? They're still your family.
we have the time, we have some of the time, we have the means, we have the resources. Let's do what we can, and then move on to the next thing.
Gardic will kind of point at Sybil and go, "Crazy one, correct." One, and he's gonna hold up 4 fingers because that's what he believes is one.
I'm sorry, was the first part of that crazy one correct?
Yes, because Garthite's only experience with her is one, she's always like either something's always wrong or she's running away.
and killing baby monkeys.
That one's not so important.
Wow.
That's not as crazy as the running away thing.
That's like a walk in the park road.
Yeah, no shit.
Well, Sybil's gonna wince and then like just fall quiet then.
So I guess should we peek again? I don't want us to put anyone else in danger, you know. We know roughly how much time we have. We know that it's going to take 3.5 days for them to get from the Grove to Demon Springs. We know it's 2 days for us from here to there.
I say, since we just peaked not that long ago, and there was still movement, let's give it a couple of hours. I can do a couple sendings to check in, make sure your dad's okay. And if he knows of, or I can check on, I can check on your mom. A couple people we met there. I can spot around, see if there's anyone I can hear from. Give
us an idea of what kind of rescue, yeah.
And then we muster up whoever we can that can open up a teleportation circle, get us there, and then start excavating, getting people out, and then get as many as we can, and then get back here in time to meet up with the army in Demon Spring.
Okay. As long as everybody's okay with it, I obviously am. It will cost money, of course, for us to utilize the teleportation.
It's money. If we don't use it, it's just sitting there gathering dust. So, well, I guess it's not gathering dust because it's an extra lighter space. But
Get rid of the silver first.
We already did. For the most part.
But then we can get the most part done with and then move forward.
So at this point, there's a flash of light from behind the curtain that goes into Ezekiel's teleportation circle chamber. And the curtain kind of sweeps to the side and he steps back out. And he coughs. And he says, he looks out to you guys and he says, so, whew, right, Myla, something is ticking in that old man's brain for sure. He is working with sorcerers right now to get them to potentially master teleportation magic for future endeavors, but he says it's not going well. He's killed 4 people today. That's strange. Don't worry, we have clerics. They're bringing them back. Not a big deal. At this point, it's not a big deal, but, you know, we wear the soul down too much, and eventually you're just creating chalk rubbings, huh? Anyways, decisions. So, we had mentioned mages before. Is there any progress with your decision-making, or would you like some more time? I can give you some more privacy if you'd like.
No, we've pretty much tried. So what we're going to do is we are going to give a couple of hours. I'm going to do some more sending, see if there's any more people from the Oasis that I can contact, get a rough maybe estimate. Maybe there's a pocket of survivors hiding someplace and some people displaced. You know, we might get lucky. And then we're going to scry again to see if we're in that in-between period between the cult and the undead. And then, if we are clear, mobilize and move.
Wow, astute. You did all that in 7 minutes?
Yeah, we're getting better at this.
I applaud your effort. We can get things done.
The one thing we've realized we are running short on is time. So, need to be a little bit more efficient with our decision making.
That's an astute observation. As far as mages are concerned, I can probably muster you 5 mages who are capable of utilizing teleportation circle for each circle that they create. Now, mind you, each circle, first of all, takes a minute of time for them to ritually trace and cast. You would need to make sure that you have the people you're trying to bring back through the circles ready, as soon as the circle is activated, it can only get about 10 people through before the circle gets nixed. So I can provide you 5 mages, each of which is capable of casting teleportation circle probably 4 or 5 times if necessary. One of those circles will be needed to get the lot of you to the Glorian Jungle Oasis, and then after that, the resources are at your disposal. Now, for each circle that is cast, it will require 50 gold worth of gemmed chalk, which I'm sure out of your coffers is not that big of a deal. But that's pretty much what I can do for you. The mages, I could probably have them ready, I'd say, let's see, what is it? He kind of peeks out the window, a little after high noon, so I could probably have them mustered and ready and refreshed by sundown, if that's alright by you. Again, I don't know. They can be ready and on standby, so when you're ready to go, they can be ready to go.
Okay, I know we were waiting a few hours anyway to check in again because there was still movement last time I looked, so...
Very well. Well, we can give you your time, do what you need to do here. I have received a sending spell when I was with Myla from the Grove. Troops are being assembled on the southwestern side of the Grove, on the exterior of the Grove. And they should be, their muster should be complete probably in the next 12 to 15 hours. They do need to get a caravan together to make sure that this army succeeds when it moves. And then they should be here on Saturday the 25th, which is in just a couple of days. And then after that, I would assume we just give them a good 12 hours rest and begin to move them. And if we can do that quickly enough, they should be in Demon Spring on Tuesday the 28th. And then, if all goes well, hopefully back home by Thursday the 30th or Friday the 31st. So.
Okay.
Right, so I'll give you your time. Let me go meet with my mages, and I will. Where are you going to stay here for the next couple of hours? Do you want me to just have attendants bring in food and whatnot to just kind of keep you satiated, or?
If that's okay.
Food,
Yeah.
Yes, I figured you would, of all people, would be ready.
I'd like to think that Gartok got lost at the talking and was staring at like something shiny. Or if Sybil shrunk after he said something, he'd be like, "What did I do?" Until the mention of food, where he immediately moves his head immediately back to the person who said it.
Yes, we'll, you can stay here. He kind of glances over at Gartok. Don't touch it. I saw you. I'll be back. And he walks towards the wall, and the door kind of shifts into existence, and he slides it to the side and exits. And you are left to your devices.
No touch.
Yeah, don't touch stuff. Anything in here can be something completely different than what you think it is.
Even you?
That's a given.
Gartok's gonna like put a hand on you.
You seem like you.
I said could, didn't say is. Alright, so I'm going to just try and establish communication with anyone I can get a hold of in the Oasis. So I'll try her dad again. I'll be like, there's no need for a lengthy answer, just checking, make sure you're still okay. And I'm going to repeat that same message from her dad, her mom, see if I can get a hold of her mom. Can't really remember anyone's name that else we met with, but I think it was just pretty much those two. And
I think you only have to be familiar with him, isn't that right? As far as reaching out to him with sending. So if you wanted to try somebody else, you could. Yeah, you just have to be familiar with him.
Yeah, so I'll try any random faces from a crowd that I can remember, and just we're forming a rescue party. Are you okay? Will be the message for the random faces I'm trying to picture in my head, and then I'll sacrifice 6 level spell slots into sorcery points to convert to 3rd level spells to be able to do more sendings, just to try to
Okay.
almost like red shirts and blanket the random faces I can think of to see what we're looking at survivor wise count of, and see if they know, if they have news of, if they're in a shelter together, if they've got people around them. Just try and establish communication that way and get some rough ideas of what we're dealing with.
Okay, perfect. So in total, I know you guys are going to probably have a long rest before you bail, so why don't you go ahead and just tell me how many actual sending spells you're going to be casting. We'll say 1 is for sure mom, 1 is for sure dad, and then the other ones I will take care of on the back end. While you're doing that for me, Winnie, what is your new total hit points?
80. Sorry, I was.
Is your
working on-
AC still 16?
Yes. For now, I'm still
Okay.
living.
Gartok, what's your new total hit points?
96.
Oh, you already did it. Thank you.
Yes, and my AC is 70.
Beautiful. And Bloodmane.
116.
Okay, beautiful. And your AC is 15 or 16?
AC is 16.
Beautiful.
In total, Kevin, it'll be 14 sendings using conversion from sorcery points to then more 3rd level spell slots, so 14 total is what I can do, because I've already used 1 3rd level spell today. So
Beautiful. Okay.
While the sendings and stuff are going on, Sybil's gonna find like an out of the way spot in this like room where she's going to sit with like back against a wall, and start kind of rifling through her things. She's checking stuff. She's trying to like get back in that rhythm of like making sure that she's prepped before going and doing anything. Also, I'm moving stuff around in my inventory a little bit, but
Okay.
she's checking blades, like checking the like edges on checking her poisons.
Yeah, any poisons that you have, make sure that those are updated with doses and all that too.
Yep, and I'm making sure that I know my inventory really well. One thing she is going to do though, last time she tried to like make use of her cloak or the wand, everything felt dull and inert to her. Any of her magic items she was attuned to, because she was kind of froggy. So she's gonna kind of check and see like if the cloak, like if she feels like it does its thing, if she pulls the hood up, that sort of thing.
Yes, from your little situation, everything seems that it has gone back to normal.
Okay. Cool. Then that is what she's doing. Though she does, when she checks her poisons, she does kind of like angle herself a little bit, so she doesn't have to see if she's getting judgy looks from the party, because she's had bad experiences lately with poisons in this party.
Sorry, repeat that one more time. You're checking what?
I said, and when she's going through her poisons and stuff, she's kind of angling herself so she doesn't have to see if the party's giving her judgy looks, because she's had a problem with that lately.
Oh, I'm sure there's lots of judgy looks, but luckily you turn just enough away so that you don't notice. But it's happening.
Yeah, and that's fine. She can pretend like things don't exist.
Right,
Like,
exactly. Okay, so as you guys are going about your business, Ulrich begins performing these messages and whispering and stopping to think. And as that's happening, Sybil begins to just sit and go through her regular routine of checking blades and making sure quivers are stocked and things are accessible. During this time, Bloodmane, Gartok, Winnie, what are you three doing, if anything?
I am examining my tome. And just to throw it out there, with the new level, I'll be going with Pact of the Tome for my Warlock.
Oh,
so
fuck.
that might be.
Ooh, you're moving more into spellcasting, aren't you? I like it. Fuck yeah, dude.
It's gonna get real weird, buddy. It's gonna get real weird.
All right. And Gartok, what are you doing, buddy?
I think Gartok is first just gonna look around, but I guess get kind of bored and start just, I guess, prying off dead scales, letting some grow, like grow harder, grow back, and then I guess just walk around. Not sure what to do. He's probably gonna get really uncomfortably close to some items, but not touch them.
Okay. Do like that weird, like, chameleon eye close-up on them, kind of inspect
Yeah.
them. Why don't you, give me a sec. Give me 2 Arcana checks.
when he's done with that, I do have one other related thing. Just because I actually went through my inventory, now I have a question.
Okay. Oh,
I don't
God.
like this. I rolled
Wow.
the same number twice.
No, that's okay. You get really close to, like, probably 3 or 4 objects, and, like, the first one, you hear it, like, whispering, like, out loud you hear it whispering, and you back the fuck away, because that is bad juju magic. You get close to a second one, and you see, like, it's a small golden blade, like a dagger, except that you can tell that the way that it's shaped in its perfect symmetry is not necessarily meant for like melee fighting. It's probably meant to be thrown. As you start to examine the golden blade, because it looks extremely sharp, you see these teeny tiny blue runes begin to materialize in front of your eye. For a second, you think you are actually understanding it. Oh my gosh, is this is this primordial draconic? And then all at once, they just fizzle off of the blade, and it spooks you enough to get the fuck away from it.
I'd like to think that they're on different corners, so he'll like get scared, run
run to one corner, yeah, and then he goes to the other corner. He's like, "Ooh, blade." Nope, don't like that either. One looks at me, or one whispers to me. The other one has weird writing. Okay, Sybil, go ahead.
No. Midway through going through stuff, she's gonna kind of pause. She has the potion injector in hand, and just, Winnie,
Yes.
do we have any more healing potions, like the bigger ones?
Let me check. Sorry, I'm finishing my level here.
No, it's no problem, no problem. And then when you choose those three things, Bloodmane, when you choose those three spells or those cantrips, let me know. Or just let me know. Or just let me know when you're done with your level up, and I'll just take a look at your character sheet because I'm just curious more than anything.
All right.
Okay, sorry.
All right, I'm done. So she'll look. She'll like look in the bag. Well, I have one on me, and we have. No, because we haven't been able to talk to our vendor, but
I only have a one of the smaller ones on me, but I don't have anything in this. And she kind of gestures to the injector a little bit, and I just, if we have a spare one, if not, I'll put the smaller one in it. We normally put a bigger one in, and she just kind of realizes she's rambling, so she shuts up abruptly.
why don't we trade? You can have the big one and put it in there, because you'll more than likely use it on someone who needs it, and I'll keep the smaller one on me in case of an emergency.
Yep. And she gives her just a potion of healing.
Mine is a superior, so I'll trade with you.
Fantastic. And then she's going to try and put it in the injector. In the not broken slot.
You're gonna try to put a healing potion in the injector, is what you said?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. You do so.
Okay, cool.
Winnie would be watching very carefully, just so you know, while she's doing that, to see if there's any sleight of hand, anything where she might be poisoning the fucking potion.
Make a perception check. You see her hands do all of the right things. There is a moment where she's unscrewing the capsule that actually, like, connects to the base of the injector, like where the needle actually comes out of. There is a moment where she's unscrewing it, and you see she stops for a moment as the bulb is kind of coming up, as the capsule's actually, like, coming up, and her hand stops. You see her hand shake, almost involuntarily, and then she kind of breathes, and then the capsule comes off, and then she fills it, and you watch her put it back on without any issue.
Okay.
I deleted the one from my inventory. I updated the injector with the other one.
And I am
Beautiful.
deleting the superior from my inventory and adding the regular.
Beautiful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so one other thing, Winnie, did you get a feat this level?
I did.
Is that why your wisdom's 18 now?
Yeah,
Okay,
'cause
no,
I
it's
took-
fine.
I took Fey Touched, and I also have, what is it, something of Alacrity? Gift of Alacrity? Was the spell that I took with that.
What was your wisdom 17 before? Or
It was.
17, so
It's an
Fey
18.
Touch gives you the +1 to
Whatever I picked.
wisdom. Okay,
Yep.
yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. The Gift of Alacrity, that is Explorer's Guide to Wildmount. We're not using that content, so...
It's weird that that was available. Okay, I'll go.
So, Fey Touched is also Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. We're also not using that content.
Okay.
So, yeah. I can take a look at it if you want me to. I can take a look at it and see what exactly it does.
So I can tell you if you want.
I'm looking at it right now, but if you really want me to, just give me a second here.
Sorry, I went with whatever showed available. I should double check.
It's because when it does that, it shows you everything. It doesn't show you what I have
What you have.
slated. So yeah, you guys. I mean, just for the record, I don't use any of the like outside of Xanathar's Guide to Everything. I don't really use any other content just because that's what I committed to in the beginning of this campaign. Campaign 3 will have many more options because we've had many more source books come out since then. But as far as that is concerned, Candace, so you learn Misty Step and one other spell, and you can essentially just cast each one of them once per long rest,
Yeah.
full stop, and then you just
And
get a plus
plus
one
one to
wisdom.
wisdom,
Okay,
okay.
so obviously that's okay. Gift of Alacrity.
I just tried to go with the most winny choice of spell.
Yeah, let me just read the spell. Hang on 1 second.
Well, the most.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I'll let you keep it. It's not a game breaker. It's not one of the ones that I would think of as a strange thing.
Thank you.
Yeah, especially since you have to utilize a resource to cast it. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can cast it. The only thing though is, doesn't it say? Oh, divination or enchantment. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
All
it
right.
says
So
divination or
now
enchantment.
with your level though, just so you know, because of the way that we do the druid shapeshift forms, you now have so you have 7 currently. But 12 divided by 2 is 6, plus 4 is 10, so you have 3 additional shapeshift forms you can now pick. So,
And they're not
go-
limited anymore now, right?
well, they are limited because you're not a moon druid.
Right.
But your wild shape, it says right here. If you click on it, it'll tell you exactly what you need to know. Level 8, so your max CR is 1, and you can have flying. So
Okay.
go ahead over to you know where the monster. Where the encounter builder is. Remember we went through that the other night?
Yeah, I think I.
So go to encounter builder. Do you know where that is? Under collections. So at the very top, drop down collections, and then go to encounter builder.
My encounters?
Yeah, my encounters. And then what you're going to do is create new, upper right hand corner. Okay, and then you're going to filter on the left hand side. It's going to be monster type beast. And then you're going to drop the CR all the way down to 1, the max being 1. And then you can organize from highest to lowest, and if you're not interested in 0 CR creatures, then you can, I mean, you can take them if you want to, but that's your list. I mean, that's everything there, for the most part, is legit. There are going to be a couple things on here that are, like, very specific to, like, a planescape adventure. Obviously, no, you can't play the space quipper, but, you know, or no giant miniature space hamsters. You have to go to space, or the space mollymawk. Like, you can't have that shit.
No
But,
space stuff.
Yeah, just you know.
I'll send you a message too, so I'm not interrupting.
No, yeah, that's fine. And what I would do if I were you, if you're looking for creatures that are going to be effective in combat, make your CR 1 at the top, and just start going top down. Also, no, you cannot have the 2-headed crocodile.
I was looking at the giant rocktopus.
So here's my suggestion. Where it says source,
Yeah.
scroll, do that drop down, click Xanathar's Guide to Everything. This is going to help you out way more than anything else. Xanathar's Guide to Everything. You're also going to get the Player's Handbook, and then you can do Mordekaiden's Tome of Foes, the Monster Manual, and that should be it.
Okay. With
Although
the,
it says it only shows
it
one.
shows giant lizard.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing too. Why the fuck did... That's weird. The Monster Manual?
Is it, well, the monster type shouldn't cut it down that much. That's crazy.
No. Maybe just remove... Try this. Try removing everything except for... No, that's weird. The Monster Manual is showing that there's literally only one beast that exists. Come the fuck on. Alright, well, unfortunately, this thing's in beta, so go ahead and just nix the fucking... nix that filter. Fucking piece of shit. And then just clear it with me before we go
Okay.
into it.
Yeah.
That way I can get your tokens and stuff set up too. Okay, anyways, back to sending spells. Sorry.
15 of them.
So, 14.
He had his pearl. He sent a note in there. He forgot about the pearl,
Oh,
so he'd use that for
okay. Let me roll one more time then. So, you begin rapid fire casting these sending spells. Out of the 15 times you cast, there is no response from 7 of them. But you do get responses from the remaining 8. Responses are... you get a response from Winnie's dad, and he says...
It's getting quieter, but it's becoming harder to breathe. It's getting suspiciously cold.
You receive a response from her mother, and her mother simply says...
I can hear movement around me in the rubble. I can hear a child crying somewhere.
The responses from 4 of the other voices, just faces in the crowd that you had seen, are simply them breathing heavily. This leads you to believe that they might be unconscious, but alive. The other 2... One is a one of the bakers that was near where Winnie's mom was setting up her little shop to feed people. One of the bakers says,
I think the cult is leaving. They're fleeing quickly. But it's getting very cold very quickly.
and you hear a response from, there was one of the fishermen that was on the shore watching Bloodmane reel in the giant fucking, the award-winning lagoon eel. And it was just kind of a gruff old lizard folk man, and he says,
They put spears through lots of us. Oh, shit, I've got a blade in my gut. I think they broke my legs. Somebody's screaming. Oh god, the crocodiles, they're eating people, pulling them in. Oh, they're hungry.
but you have received those notices. Excellent use of resources.
Yeah.
I'm good at that every once in a while.
You've nailed it 2 sessions in a row. That's awesome. Alright. Okay, so, Bloodmane, as you are flipping through your tome, you are hearing, as you kind of like start to get deep into the book, into sections where you've been before. It's weird because you feel like this tome is getting suspiciously thicker. Every time you go through it, it's like another page just pops up. But this time, you hear a familiar whisper as you're really going into it, and your vision blackens around you, almost as if you're about to go unconscious. I don't know if you've ever been choked out before, but where you kind of start to see the black, like the shadow in the corner of your vision, and you start to get that pinpoint, and you're like, yo, if I don't tap now, I'm going night-night. It gets to that point, and you don't go night-night, but your focus hyper fixates on a page that you flip to. Your hands go out to the side of the tome, and the page flips by itself one more time. And that's when you catch a breeze of hot, salty sea air that kind of whips up from the tome. And you hear...
Well, there you are. I've been wondering, my boy, when you were going to discover this little bit in our book. I have a gift for you. Read the incantation on this page,
and the following pages through the night. And tomorrow morning, you will have learned something a little out of the ordinary.
And that's when the incantations begin to materialize. The page actually swells. It becomes waterlogged. And as it becomes waterlogged, you see actual drips of seawater spilling out of the page. And as each drip kind of materializes as a bead, a small arcane rune appears. And you begin to understand what you're reading are nothing more than mere cantrips, but you understand that with the power that is infused in you, especially as you've watched your own Eldritch Blast grow and grow and grow, so too do these new incantations, and that's where these 3 Pact of the Tome incantations come into play.
Let's get
All right.
weird.
Let's get weird. I think you said that session 1. Actually, I think it wasn't even session 1. I'm pretty sure it was like, oh, by the way, you're fighting a wereshark, and I could just see the wheels turn, and you're like, bite me, bitch, do it.
Did more than bite me.
That's true. It like ripped you in fucking half.
Yeah, pretty sure it had its way with me after I lost consciousness.
Yeah, that was almost a wipe. The first of many. All right. Anything else that we'd like to do in this interim? Ulrich, if you wanted to discuss your findings with the group, you're more than welcome to. I'm going to run and grab... Actually, no, I probably shouldn't have more coffee.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I put it in chat, but if I take a level in Fighter, would I be able to replace like one of my Ranger spells, like I would if I took a level in Ranger?
You cannot. It's only when you take a level in Ranger.
Okie dokie, no worries.
Yeah, so I think it is long rest and go, because there are people that are very hurt. Lots that are I think lots that are unconscious, because I made contact, could hear breathing, but no other answers. I got a hold of your mother and father. They're both alive. Winnie. There are 7 of the faces I could remember I did not get answers from, so they are unfortunately no longer here. Heard from a couple of other random people. They think the cult is moving. They're getting out. There's getting less and less sound. One said that they were putting spears through people that they were finding, so hopefully people stay hidden. Otherwise, they're just going to get skadooshed, and that's not going to be good. But if they're leaving, I think we take a long rest, because I have nothing left. I mean, literally, just spent everything I had on doing that.
Okay.
And then we move out and try and do this rescue operation, get back probably, a couple of, maybe I think a day. If we do everything, and it takes like roughly about a couple, half a day or a day to get everyone moved, ready to move, and then out the door. And by door, I mean teleportation circles. Take probably about a day, and then the undead will be right behind them. We can't really, we can burn as many bodies as we can so they don't get created, and then rest up again to go ahead and march with the army.
Now they just come back as fire skeletons.
A lot.
Okay. You think they have 8 hours? Like.
Hey, Spooky, how you doing, bud?
I mean, one person I talked to literally had a blade in his stomach, so maybe. But I don't think. But the cult hasn't left yet. They are starting to leave.
Okay.
So that's a big lot of slow-moving turtle that may take several hours to vacate the area.
Yeah, we can't.
Far enough away to where a bunch of circles are lighting on the ground and causing commotion won't make them want to turn around and come back.
Okay. Thank you.
That is my idea, but I don't. I mean, again, it's a.
If we need to rest, we need to rest. We'll do what we have to do resources wise if we have to. It won't do us any good to go out there unprepared, especially if they're still there.
Yeah. So I think maybe rest, scry, go. I think that should be the order of operations.
Okay. Thank you, Alaric.
No problem.
All right, so what exactly would you like to do? So you said you're gonna wait a little while, do some scrying.
We're gonna rest, yeah.
Okay, so rest through the night. Okay, all right. So unless anyone has anything specific, which you are more than welcome to do, you still have the entire city of Zlagmoshun which is for the most part unscathed to do your thing in if you would like to, but for the sake of brevity, and we can kind of do it inside of this, you guys are attended to by by Ezekiel's attendants. He does bring in probably about 8-9 o'clock at night. He does bring in 5 mages. These are all elven, but clearly middle-aged to late-aged elven men and women. They're all dressed the same, and actually, Ulrich, give me an Arcana check. Disregard. Okay, so these 5 mages come in, and they are all wearing very similar robes. You can see that they're loaded with scrolls, and they actually have small bandoliers strapped across their chest that have 10 pieces of this, like, ivory chalk that has little teeny tiny pieces of gem encrusted in it. These are probably your teleportation specialists. They kind of join you, but they sit off to the side and kind of discuss amongst themselves. And then you can see that they actually pull out like parchment and do like test drawings on the ground there, like in a very studious fashion, going through what they're being tasked to do. Ezekiel says, if you happen to need anything, just walk towards the wall. The door will appear. You can call for an attendant. I have a couple of things I need to attend to down in the lower level classrooms. But take your time. Do what you need to do. If you need to leave the tower, it's not an issue at this point. So you just let somebody know what you need. Just give the mages some space, because they do need to make sure that they are prepared for potential teleportations at any given notice. And if you do need to go immediately, just tell them. And he kind of points out one of the eldest of the lot, who's actually starting to go gray. Very rare to see an elf go gray, but he is, I mean, clearly probably 400 or 500 years old. He points him out and he says, that is their squad's leader. So if you need anything, just you can talk to him. And his name is Lytheriel. So anything I can do for you right now? I do have people preparing food, by the way, so that should be in shortly. And yeah, besides that, I suppose if there's anything I can do, you need to just let me know.
Thank you.
You're welcome. He walks out. A little while later, a couple of attendants come in and they lay down baskets of smoked meats, cured, like rind, heavy cheeses where you'd have to like cut them open to get to the good innards like brie, breads, baskets of nuts, and there's like a couple baskets of like river reeds that have been like stewed down to just be like edible plant material. It's pretty common for people who live along a river to utilize, river stuff. So yeah, that's that. So let me just take a note here. If anybody has anything, just let me know.
Like right before bed, like right before we go to sleep, Ulrich is gonna pray to ask Bahamut to just do whatever he can to keep as many people alive till we can get to them.
Make a religion check for me.
Yep, going great.
You feel yourself connect. There's no response, but you feel yourself connect. It feels good. All is good in the cosmos.
Yeah, it's great.
Sybil is going to, first of all, she spends a lot of the evening, like, is kind of away from the party. Like, obviously in still that same room, but just kind of off on her own. Before she goes and sleeps, she's going to take her more vicious weaponry and kind of just set it off to the side. Where it would, like, she would have to more consciously move to be able to grab them. Because she doesn't trust herself now. So she's just going to have a pile of rapier, couple of fell blades, a short bow, a couple of other daggers. Like, does the rogue thing where there's weapons from everywhere, but she sets them all in a little pile. And then goes and walks a few paces away to actually go and make her place to sleep.
Okay, well that's kind of perfect because Gartok was going to come up to Sybil anyway, but not understanding what you're doing and just seeing you put down weapons, which to him is, why are you leaving yourself unarmed? This is bad. Take back. He's going to pick them up and bring them back to you, and probably go.
No, keep safe.
And then as he gives them to you, he's probably also gonna point towards backpack and your backpack and go,
Can Gartok get poison for arrows?
Wow. Sybil doesn't know how to react to that, Lola.
Yeah, he just like you guys actually, like, as you say that, both of you with pretty decent, oh, actually, like, way more than decent passive perceptions, notice two of the mages turn their head and look back at both of you, and then, without saying a word, just go back to their drawings.
Yeah, Gartok's not being subtle at all.
No.
I put them over the. You know what? Okay. I don't have much anymore. I don't think I have anything that's going to be good for that right now. Most of what I have has been diluted. And then she's probably going to see the not look of recognition at the word diluted. And then it's, watered down.
Need
I don't-
water.
And he's gonna give his water to Nuzbino.
She is actually going to take it and take a drink of it because both of her water skins currently have poison in it.
It's fucking gross. It's old lizard people water, but
You
it's
know,
definitely better than poison.
Yep.
Barely. Just barely.
Worth it. So, thank you. And she hands
No,
it back
I
and
have,
says, no, I don't have good
if you go
poison
to your
for
notes
that
tab, your allies
right now.
tab, I just added your shape.
We'll have to make or find or buy some later.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Oh, did we just... Oh, we lost you.
Gartok,
Oh, no, not... I didn't say
buy
refresh from
poison.
20. You have to refresh D&D Beyond. Oh. I don't put
She
anything in it.
looks towards Winnie and Ulrich and Bloodmane because she doesn't know if she's going to get in trouble for saying yes. But I can do that.
Gartok's tail will probably start wagging.
So you know,
and
for
he'll go,
attacks and damage and stuff like we discussed, when you go into one of your new shapeshift
And
forms,
go, like,
all you
I guess
have to
walk around
do
till
is
he finds
go
a nice corner for him
into
to land.
D&D Beyond, type in the name of the creature, and you can just click everything straight from that because it uses all of that. Well, no, it can. Well,
And now Sybil's
I think
going to end
it
up with
comes
a
to you.
pile of weweaponry a lot closer to her
Well,
than
either
she
way,
had
I mean, it
intended.
doesn't matter. All you do is you just go
But
into
she's
that. That's
just
your
going to
step,
kind of
so.
go to sleep, or try to, after that. And with just, that usual nightly muttered prayer that hopefully doesn't consume her into the night this time. And just asking for, safe travels, calm skies, and for Winnie's family to get the same.
All right. Give me just a moment. Okay, so you guys go into the evening. You begin to go into your resting zone. And the mages, before you guys go to sleep, the mages, they do also take turns going into meditative states, as they are all elven. They don't need to sleep. But what they do is they walk over, one of them walks over to the window, that is the only window in this room, and he traces a small line of arcane text, and he mutters an incantation over it, and as he kind of pulls his hand downward, the brickwork shuts the window completely. It just kind of manifests these bricks, and the room seals itself. There are a couple of soft lights litten. What the fuck? Whoa. Lit? Maybe I am a little lit. No. So the room is lit ever so slightly. The room is sealed off, and they begin to go into a rotation of sleep or meditation, as well as you guys. Now, Casey, were you going to be casting scrying in the morning, or are you doing it before rest?
I don't have scrying, so it's not me.
Touche. All right, fair enough. Okay. All right, well, I guess that's that then. You guys go throughout the evening. Bloodmane, you'd still get your rest, so you're not going to be suffering from exhaustion, but you are up deep into the evening and up at the crack of dawn, as the book is now whispering to you, telling you that it has more for you. You just have to keep going. There's more here. Keep looking. Look deeper. Look deeper, and as you look deeper and deeper, you find yourself sometimes so enamored with it that you almost feel a sense of drowning. When you cough, you feel the taste of seawater coming up and out of your chest. It's a magical mindfuck of an experience for sure. But come morning, I'll be damned if you just don't have more raw, unadulterated knowledge at your disposal. And you have the book to thank. Or maybe a higher power. Well, maybe a much deeper power, actually. Okay, so everybody is refreshed. If you had exhaustion levels, you are reduced by 1, as everybody does succeed at a full rest. There are no weird nightmares within this magical sanctum that you have rested in, and that is that. You are brought food, so you don't have to worry about your own rations. Yeah. And you guys are awake. It is Thursday, the 23rd of Jury. We'll say it's about 9:30 in the morning, as it was a late evening with you guys kind of doing shit, taking care of stuff, knowing that you are going to have to go into the next day with it being like a big deal. And you find yourselves awake. What would you like to do?
I'm going to go to the squad leader and let him know that we'll be leaving very shortly. I'm going to do one more sending to her father to let him know we are on the way. And we will be there within a few moments to start trying to rescue and get people out.
Okay. And he says to you, Lytheriel says, very well, I'll have the mages prepare a circle, and he puts a finger up. No, we won't waste the resources. We'll use Ezekiel's circle to get ourselves to the... Now, Ezekiel mentioned you were going to the Galorian Jungle Oasis, not the oasis in the Naladari Desert, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to make sure. Big difference between the two.
Oh, yeah.
Wonderful. So I will make sure that I have one of mine on standby, and we'll just keep a tally for whenever you're ready. Again, remember, once we are there, do what you need to do as far as your efforts. We are self-sufficient, but when it comes time, we'll require at least a minute per circle. Obviously, we can all cast at the same time, but we can prepare up to 5 circles every minute, and that will allow us to bring 10 people through. That would be not including ourselves. So, just be aware that that's kind of the way we'll need to go. But yes, we'll have the circle ready. I'll actually just have all the mages ready in the chamber, and you let me know when it's time.
Thank you very much. And then I'll go immediately into the sending to let him know that we are on the way, and we will be there in a few moments.
Okay, and who is that sending going to again? I'm sorry. The mom. Okay, so
the father.
Oh, father. Sorry. And what level are you casting this at? Is it third?
Third.
Third. Okay. So you perform the sending spell, you feel it kind of go through, and you receive a response. But the response is just heavy breathing. There's no audible response, which tells you that this entity is more than likely unconscious, but alive.
Yep. Okay.
Doesn't mean unconscious as in because of blood loss. It just means unconscious because they could be asleep.
He's been under rocks for...
But hey, look, if you're a pessimist, you do you with that thought. You let it fucking roll, baby.
Oh, Lord.
The pessimistic healer. Oh, God, he's gonna die!
I'm a goblet half full type of guy, so...
I figured that was the case. Okay.
Fucking Lucy, man.
Fucking on it, baby.
Yeah, we're not sending it. We're not. We're gonna go in and it's gonna be like a buffet for him. There's dead bodies everywhere.
Winnie would definitely be trying not to look like she was anxiously staring at Ulrich while he sent the spell. But she definitely was. And she's not good at hiding it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll definitely let her know, like, he's alive. He's either probably sleeping, but he has been, like, under rocks for days, so he's probably a little not there, so we'll get... We're going now, so...
Okay.
Alright. So, yep, no problem. While we are getting that together, is there anybody who needs to note or notate anything that they are doing in preparation? And before you guys go, we'll make sure that our level ups are complete.
Sybil's gonna strap back on all of her weaponry and pray again, but she's staying quiet and off on her own still.
Okay. Side note, did you give Gartok poison or no?
Nope. I am running very low on poisons that would work for Gartok's purposes, so no.
Yeah, you're not gonna give him the mummy dust to blow in people's faces as pocket sand.
And I'm also not going to give him any of my anti-were-shark poisons, so...
But imagine if you did and you needed him. He would put a fucking arrow... he would blast that fucking were-shark.
This is true.
I kid. Just do you. Because if that arrow misses...
Yup. I'd much
1 second.
rather stab Bloodmane when it's time. I'm sorry, if it's time, question mark?
Listen, it could be if, it could be when. It depends on if you're an optimist or not.
It's Sybil. She's gonna stab the party at some point anyway. Let's be real.
No. Trying to fix that.
If you stab Gartok and kill him, please let Bloodman eat him.
This seems only fair. I was
All right,
planning on
guys, give me just a minute. We gotta take care of something real quick.
You're fine.
The friends you eat along the way.
Exactly.
There are lots of cantrips. My goodness.
Yeah, there are.
Well, so speaking of your no, I'm trying to stop that. I don't think I mentioned it last time, but I absolutely love what Ulrich did and how you approached that. That was really cool, and I'm looking forward to that. Now, also, I'm sorry for Sybil.
It's a thing.
My poor broken rogue.
Change one crippling issue for another.
Yeah, I'm starting to think the leg was better. She didn't murder anyone when she was, half movement and exhaustion every day. Or at least she didn't kill anyone unintentionally.
Well, you still haven't killed anyone. You just killed the monk.
And the hobgoblin.
Yeah. But she was trying so hard to be nice too.
See, that'd be a problem if Gartok saw hobgoblins as people. I'm kidding.
Yeah. Thinking about Aurora and dwarves, and yeah, I understand.
Listen, we all have our favorite enemy.
Yeah, my kobold that I played last night, his favorite enemy is freaking Duragar. And what did we end up fighting last night? Duragar.
Aurora's is absolutely dwarves, and it's so bad every time we go into a dwarven town.
Which is great, because we love visiting dwarven towns.
I don't know if we've been in non-dwarven towns, actually.
I believe Middleton isn't dwarven, but there are dwarves.
Yeah, that makes it a dwarven town. Or at least a town with no standards in her mind.
I actually realized yesterday that I have 3 straight days of D&D this week. I played D&D last night, I have this today, and then I have another game tomorrow.
That might be my next weekend. No, I don't have anything on Saturday. I just have Thursday, Friday, Sunday. No, I actually have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday, I think, next week.
I'm also on mini vacation. I took Monday and Tuesday off after having to cover a dozen shifts and then going into covering another half a dozen shifts over the next month.
Ew. But yay for mini vacation.
Yeah, everyone decided to go on vacation in October, so I was just like, I need money, so I'll take up as many shifts as I can.
God, that's a mood. I took my first impulse day off this week.
Nice.
Yeah, it was I don't have any meetings scheduled tomorrow for once. Hey boss, do you care if I just don't show up? And that was pretty much that.
That part is if I take it, because I took Monday and Tuesday off, I still have to log into work because there's one report that I run every morning that nobody but the AM has access to, and if I ask him to do it, he'll forget, so I might as well just do it anyway.
Hopefully running the reports fast.
It takes about 15 minutes to run, so I'll start the report, go make coffee, or I'll clock in, start the report, go make coffee, come back, finish the report, clock back out, and all in all, I'll get a half an hour vacation back from it because they'll just remove the time, or I can just take a longer lunch one day or something.
Alright, sorry about that. That was a fucking mess.
It happens.
Yeah.
Everything okay?
Oh, yeah. The kids decided that they were going to open up their Lunchables, and... Hang on a second. They were going to open their Lunchables and give the baby the one that had the ketchup dipping sauce, but then they weren't going to watch him. So Ellie knocks on the door and says, Orion made a big mess, and I was like, what the fuck just happened? Dude, I just walked in there. This child had scooped the fucking ketchup out of the container and painted his entire fucking body and their fucking blanket with it because Liam and Ellie decided they were going to be too focused on the TV, which is crazy because they were actually looking right in his direction. And I was like, how did this happen? Well, we were just watching TV. I was like, you guys zombified so hard in the TV that you didn't catch him painting him fucking self like Van Gogh? Look at him. Looks like somebody walked in here and fucking pistol whipped him. It was crazy, man. Everywhere. Ketchup fucking everywhere. Everywhere. Jesus Christ. I mean, I'd rather it be ketchup than poo.
Yeah.
So, I mean, because unfortunately, 2 of the 3 of them have played in their shit. So,
yeah.
And one of them's done it twice.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, they're
hey,
usually better, but I don't know what the deal is today. But...
dude, I have no idea.
We'll look at that in the end to make everything better.
Trust me, when you've walked into a room and picked the baby up and gone like, "Huh, you smell fun." Oh my fucking god, what are you covered in?
What have you done?
And then he's going, "Icky, icky," and it's
Yeah,
like,
no shit.
"Yeah, why did you continue to paint?" He's over here with fucking Vietnam camouflage on his fucking face. Oh god.
Oh,
Okay,
man.
I digress. That was weird. Okay,
I
so
was
what are we...
debating getting something to eat. I don't think I want it anymore.
You just ate an entire pizza, uncut. I watched it happen. Are you seriously still hungry?
It's not hungry. It's just something to munch on.
Fucking college students, man. I feel you, though. I feel you. You know what I bought? I bought a bag of fucking Gardettos yesterday. Yeah. I was looking for just the bag of the special rye chips.
Oh, I love
and,
those,
oh,
yeah.
I fucked those things up. But, man, they make my stomach hurt so bad.
Well, I have something to show y'all.
Oh, no.
And honestly, in retrospect, like, the ketchup...
Jesus Christ!
Oh my gosh.
Wait, oh, is that your giant cheap bag of potato chips? Yeah,
Does
dude,
it
I want to
have
find
bags
those.
of chips in it? Or
Yeah, it's a
just
bag of
giant
bags.
bag?
Hell yeah, no, it's a bag
Yeah,
of
there's
bags.
like 30 of them in here.
Oh, that's
goodness.
awesome. That's so cool. I love bags of bags. Bags on bags on bags.
Yeah, the ketchup thing was cute. You know, it's one of those, oh, it's cute. In the moment, it's not cute. It's cute, but good God. And he just looks at me and goes, what did he say? He said, Bubba, ketchup. I'm like,
Yeah, fucking ketchup. We see that.
Yeah, ketchup, buddy. Yeah.
And the other two are just standing there like, we don't even know how this happened.
Oh, God.
Well, you just opened it up and turned a blind eye, you nuts. Jesus. Alright, anyways. Okay, so you guys are doing stuff and things with people and allies.
That timing, from my perspective, Cat's cat walked like off the screen, and then Cat came back.
Yeah, I heard things go quiet. Sorry, they're doing stuff outside my complex at the moment, so I have to deal with things.
Professor McGonagall. Alright, Kurt, I did see your choices, and that is hardcore. Okay.
Yeah, still kinda debating here. But there's so many cantrips. There's so many spells.
I know. There's a lot. Okay, so with that being said, you guys are preparing to move. Candace, I just need to see your thing, giant spider swan. Disregard that. I need to put these things on the map so I can set them up for Winnie.
But what if you didn't put them on the map? What if they didn't exist?
No, we need them. We need
These are
them.
things she can turn into now.
Please
Oh,
don't,
okay. And then,
don't refute them in the name of your lord, please.
So the problem is I don't have a swan.
Um,
Hang on, give me a second.
Okay.
I might actually, hold on. I got an idea.
what are you looking at? Swan.
I have a goose. You want to be a goose?
That's fine.
No,
goose
there's a
is great.
swan. Hey, I got you a swan token. There you go. Haha.
Thank you. Look at it. So fluffy.
Wait, is a giant swan, is it actually large? Hang on, let me check. It is large. God damn, that's a big swan.
I am
Motherfucker.
more scared of that than I think I am of anything else.
Can I be
have
honest
you
with you? I
checked-
think I am too.
Have you checked Discord?
No.
Is there something scarier than that in campaign 2 in Discord?
Okay, I'm going.
I want to be.
I have no idea what you're talking about. That's a great picture.
God damn it.
Kevin should look at that when he has a chance to.
Alright, hold on. Yeah, I got all sorts of shit here.
No, I use my phone for Discord to be able to chime in game things. I don't get to see it very often real time. How about no?
What the fuck was that?
Her cat.
Yikes. Alright, if you decide to do the swan, you're just gonna have to let me know. I'm gonna have to pull it up as we go, because I'm not buying the source book just to give you a giant swan, no offense.
That's
Yeah. The Wild Beyond the Witchlight is where that came from. You're lucky I even approved that.
Oh, thank you. I mean, if you want, I would happily do...
No, I mean, it's not really that big of a deal. It's honestly, I just looked at it, it's essentially a reskinned giant eagle, so... Except it's got that wing attack. Fuck that, dude. You ever been attacked by a swan? Those motherfuckers hurt.
Uh-huh, break your damn leg.
Alright. So I got Candace set, we got that set, we did your thing. Okay, so, what would you guys like to do?
Begin rescue operations, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you guys... So you guys go into the subchamber, where Mylar... Excuse me, god damn it, I get... It's what I get when I create brothers. Ezekiel's teleportation circle. 5 mages are standing in the circle, but they are on the outside edge. As you enter, Lytheriel, he kind of beckons you forward, and he says, if you just stand in the center here, we're prepared to move whenever you are. Now, I am the one most familiar with the Jungle Oasis, as I traveled there once 400 years ago. So it's going to be hit or miss as to where exactly we land, but I will get us within the vicinity of the location. And then my intention is going to be to either bring us back to this circle once we are ready to leave, or if there is a flood of people, I will bring us just outside of Ezekiel's tower, so that way we can not have to wait for people to move through the circle to get them out of said chamber. Is that acceptable for everybody?
Absolutely.
We appreciate this, that you're doing this at all.
Well, thank Ezekiel. We are professors here in this academy, so this is something we specialize and train for pretty much our whole lives. We know that you're paying for it, and he does a quick count of his chalk, and he looks and he counts everybody. He says, we have enough to get a lot of people through if we need to, so you tell us when you're ready for us to get out.
Yeah, we're not sure how many survivors there are. Hopefully many.
Well, I hope there are many as well. All right then. With that being said, and he kind of he nods to the mages, all of which kind of draw a wand out, and they kind of hold it down. He says, "By the way, we are not prepared today for combat, so if there is something there, we will not be able to help you. We will be focusing on creating circles to get us the fuck out of there, if that's quite all right."
That's all we need you to do. That's your purpose, so that's what we need you to do. So.
Wonderful. Also, just to make sure everybody here is clear, if something arises, we will need a full minute to get the first set of 5 circles active. If we are wounded while performing said minute-long casting, there is a possibility we lose the spell and have to start from the beginning. So we're going to need the utmost protection. Now, most of us have been trained for war, so we are very good at resisting outside influences, but it's not always a guarantee. Just wanted to make sure I am completely transparent.
I also want to throw it out there that I also have a means of getting us back, so if it is a question of having to get more survivors out and getting us out, I'd rather get more survivors, and I will get us back here, so...
Understood. Understood. All right. Off we go, then. And with that, he steps into the center of the circle with the other 4 mages kind of in the cardinal directions on the exterior of the circle, but still within the realms, or within its confines. He throws his hand up, and as it comes down, he begins an incantation, which takes just a couple of quick seconds. Suddenly, there is a flash of blue light that kind of overtakes your senses. You smell like a mixture between sulfur and like the interior of a gem mine kind of wash over you as the blue flash kind of subsides. You guys find yourselves one moment. God damn it. You guys find yourselves in a very familiar location as you look out and across the lagoon with the early morning sun now creeping over the once beautiful, once lush, now decimated and torn Galorian jungle oasis. The lagoon, the shores of it now run red with the blood of those who have fallen. You hear quiet whimpers and moans echoing through the essentially dead silence that is the jungle vicinity now. Massive footprints and a clearing in the jungle from the west to the east is the direction, followed by hundreds, if not thousands, of heavy turtle-like footprints that lead in and around the same area, but through that major trajectory, you can see where the World Breaker entered the once lush jungle village and where it exited and what direction it went. A path torn through the heart of the jungle, very maliciously, very aggressively. Trees torn, stomped, I mean literally just stomped on. Give me one moment to set this up. At one time, this place was quite literally an oasis. And now, as you look out and around you, you can see, well, you guys know how my maps work, baby. What you see is what you get. Shit's fucked up. These large brown piles here, just so you know, that is not World Breaker poop. Those are the sites of where it was burrowing. So if you see that in the center of it, there is a large hole followed by a trail kind of underground to the other respective burrows. It looks like it was tunneling its way through some of this area. Large footfalls, the footfalls that you see here, absolutely crushed. You see bodies underneath where this thing had moved. Just didn't even pay attention to what it was stepping on and who it was stepping on. The weight of this creature in the soft jungle soil pushed down easily 6 feet into the earth. It is that heavy. As you guys flash into existence, the 5 mages around you, you hear an audible gasp from a couple of the mages, and you actually hear Lytheriel say, "Bagat be praised, what the fuck is this?"
I think Winnie's just gonna be silent as she looks around and takes in what used to be like her home, her childhood home is now just destroyed. People she knew are dead.
Let's fan out. Let's find as many people that are still alive as we can. I'm going to, once we start getting, survivors gathered, I'm going to start doing low level healing to kind of like stabilize and keep people moving. So it's just going to be depending on how and what we find versus for how many spells I'm going to use for the day.
Okay.
Gortok kind of goes low to the ground and just kind of, I guess, sorry, Aurora, to steal this, but just kind of sends out like senses and feelings. I'm gonna use, I believe it's primeval awareness.
Okay. Give me one
Yeah,
moment.
so I expend the spells.
Okay, yep, go ahead and expend your spell slots.
It's such a good ability. Even though it's so far, so long of a range.
Would this count as a jungle?
Oh yeah, this is definitely jungle. Fuck yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, actually, yeah, Gartok, you've not been here. Everybody else has. So this place is very reminiscent of like a Kiruian jungle village, though the humidity here is like 10 times worse than it was up north. And some of the foliage is similar, but there's definitely major differences. Obviously, this whole place has been fucking wrecked 2 ways from Sunday. But besides that, yeah, it is very reminiscent of a jungle. So, I believe you increased to 6 miles.
Let me make a correction. Does it count as forest? Because I think there's a
No,
difference
it
between-
counts as jungle.
Well, then it's not my favorite terrain.
Okay.
I have forest.
Well, that's silly. Alright, so let me just go to... Okay, so primeval awareness. So... I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saves can be double digits? Since when?
Since you play a character that's got their fucking wits about them. Okay, so Gartok, you succeed. As you send your hunters, your natural ranger sense out into the wilderness through the ground, there are some very disturbing things that you receive back from the roots and from the soil. First and foremost, you sense elementals, fae, and undead within 1 mile. More than that, you are overwhelmed momentarily by the presence of undead, to the point that you actually hear spectral screams throughout your mind. And for a moment, you think you're hearing it out loud, and you instinctually look up at the rest of the group like, shit, did you hear that? Even though you don't say anything, you find yourself locked in fear for probably 4 seconds, which is intense, especially for something as simple as Gartok. As you come to your senses and you resist the actual true panic, you sense a lot of undead within 1 mile. They are to the west of where you are at right now. You sense the other creatures that I mentioned, but because it's so overwhelmingly undead, those senses are muted in comparison. As you release the soil, you look down at your hands, and one of your scales has curled up and disintegrated off of the palm of your hand.
Gartok will kind of look at his hand and, in kind of like horror, point towards the west.
Many undead, not alive that way.
Let's move
No.
fast.
Far.
When you'll literally just get to work, she's gonna, no emotion whatsoever, start digging through rubble, trying to find people. She'd probably head to her home first, or where it was.
Okay, so yep, your home was also where your dad preached, and that was dead center in the village here. I'm gonna do a big zoom out on the main screen for stream so they can kind of see the village setup. So guys, I obviously have written in a system for how this is going to work. Surprise, surprise. So what I'm gonna need is everybody, if you would like to do something other than investigate one of the collapsed areas, let me know. But if you are going to be an investigator in one of the collapsed abodes, just drag your character there for me, and then everybody who goes into one of those areas will be making an investigation check. Based on that investigation check, I will give you more information about potential survivors. If you do successfully find survivors, based on how that investigation check goes, it will dictate how long it's going to take and how many survivors you successfully find. And we'll kind of just go from there. So, with that being said, Winnie, go ahead. Oh, never mind. She's moving. She's
I was
moving.
trying to move her to the middle, but it's not letting me. It's just like dragging my map down.
It's dragging your map. Are you set to the map? It's dragging your map down,
Yeah, so like when I try to move her up. Yeah, when I try to move her up, it's dragging the map for some reason. Let me refresh. Maybe it's...
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you have a map tab? You should have no access to the map. I can move you just fine.
Yeah, so like... It's as though I'm... Let's see. Yeah, it's like I'm grabbing the map instead of my character. Let me just refresh. Hold up.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
It doesn't make sense to me either. I've never had
So
trouble.
I'm gonna ask this one more time. On the bottom left-hand corner, do you have a little tab that says map?
No.
Because you shouldn't. Okay, because I've never given anybody access to that, so...
But it's just like it was acting like I was moving the map view. There we go. I needed a refresh. Okay.
Okay. All right. So, yep, go ahead and do your thing. And then, so Gartok, you're down to the southeast here. And I'm just going to put markers. I'm going to do some because obviously this is a very large map because I had to create a whole fucking village to scale. So just bear with me. I know that the view is a little crazy if you go all the way out, but I encourage you guys to stay at like between 60 and 80% and just kind of move yourselves around and get a lay of the land because there is a lot more detail once you zoom in. So let's do this. I'm going to put little yellow circle, or actually I'll just put an X down here. This is where Gartok's at. That's going to be your investigation point. We've got Winnie up here.
I'm trying to go to the right, but I had to refresh too because mine was doing the same thing. So it's not
weird.
Yeah,
That's
I don't
super
know.
fucking strange.
I've never seen it in the entire time we've used this for the other campaign. I've never had that happen. It's weird, but we never had a map this big.
And it's
no,
moving
you've
like,
definitely had a map
have
this
we?
big.
It's moving like you're trying to scroll like
through the map,
like go through your view. When you're trying to move the character.
It's really strange.
Weird, and that was with a left click.
Yes.
Wow. What the fuck?
Exactly the same as we normally do to move around.
Crazy. Because you can right click on the map to move your view if you're like zoomed out, but yeah, that's strange. Okay. All right. So that's 1, 2. Where the fuck did you go, Ulrich? Where are you at? Oh, you're at the. I see you.
What I want to do is try and listen for and investigate and listen for people that are like hiding in the pile of bodies. Like I'm assuming there might be survivors hiding in the pile of bodies.
Fuck. That's a
best place you would look.
That is a really good freaking point. Okay, cool. Sybil, did that fix your issue, the refresh?
Just finished loading, so yes, it looks like it.
Yeah, it fixed mine.
So I'm gonna start working my way left, starting with the southernmost structure is my intention. And I picture like Sybil is like hands shaking, like goes pale the second she looks around, but just like kind of tries to shove that down in the I'm going to have a crisis about this later mental bucket of compartmentalization.
Okay.
So she can work for now.
And Bloodmane, what are you doing during this time?
Mechanics question. Is there any benefit added to helping someone else search? Does that like just double the investigation chance by rolling twice?
So it doesn't double the investigation chance, but what it will do is whoever is the primary person. So okay, let me back up. If you are going to assist somebody, the person who is doing the roll will be able to roll with advantage because they now have your senses added to it. Whatever they roll, meaning it would be a chance for a higher roll, which could increase the amount of survivors and all that shit. When it is time for you to then quote unquote rescue the survivors, it will have the time to rescue the same number of survivors, which could be the difference between 4 hours and 2 hours, which is a big deal. So, okay, so you're going to assist, never mind. I already knew that answer. I knew that answer. Okay, so let's go ahead and start because Gartok was the first to move. Gartok, let's start with you. So I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on Gartok down here to the southeastern portion of the map. So Gartok, you come into a very quiet hut. The walls have all been knocked down. The roof is, half caved in. Go ahead and give me an investigation check, please. And just so you guys know, in about 15 minutes, we're going to take our midpoint break so that we can get the kiddos situated for their rest time. All right, 22. So, a 22. All right, beautiful. That is a It is a tier 2 success. Good for you.
That's the second best I can get. Because the other one requires a natural 20.
Alright, so we have rolled for... Wait a second, I'm just going to be taking a little bit of notes here. So Gartok, as you are in here and you begin your investigation process, you can see where the roof has partially collapsed in. So first and foremost, there's a couple of definite corpses in here. One of them is just outside the front door to the left there, and that person, it looks like they were actually running away from somebody, as they have a couple of arrows in their back, as well as a crossbow bolt through the back of their skull, and they've been stuck to the ground with a spear. It's pretty fucking brutal. On the inside, you find another corpse that has been very clearly ripped in half by something, though where the top half of the body went, you have no idea. You only find the bottom half. However, as you're lurking around and you're listening, you hear very, very, very soft moans coming from underneath where the roof is collapsed. You think that there are probably one or two people still alive in there, you successfully freeing these survivors will require 4 hours of physical labor in order to get the roof moved enough without the rest of it collapsing in and killing them outright. Okay? So, that's that. Then let's go up to the central hut. Winnie.
Alright, so I'm rolling with advantage, right?
So yeah, go ahead. Sorry. So Winnie, you come in. This is obviously your dad's, not only your dad's place of worship. This is where you guys had lived. It was kind of like that weird setup where it was like, business in the front, cabana boy in the back. The whole structure has shifted to the left from where it was about 6 feet, and the wooden posts that had kept it aloft in case the lagoon swelled and had, a fear of washing it away, they have all been collapsed, as there are a couple of massive footprints in here. The roof is pretty much completely caved in, and it's atrocious. People were obviously taking refuge here, as when you look inside, there are dozens of corpses lying around, some of which have been completely squished into the ground and are unrecognizable, some that have been cut to pieces from martial means, that was not through the World Breaker crushing. But yes, as you come upon the site, that's where you are.
Can she take a second to listen? Because I feel like she'd listen first, so she started in the right spot, just to hear if she could hear breathing, if she could hear movement or anything.
Yeah, so here's the thing. The investigation check is kind of all-encompassing, okay. That because it is going to require at least hours of some sort for the rescue effort, if you successfully find anything. Right. So the investigation is encompassing all of that. It is you using all of your resources to find life.
Okay.
So you approach it, and then another minute or two later, Bloodmane you see him approaching as you kind of are looking inside right now.
Okay, yeah, so she should be looking, trying to find signs of life. If there's, piles of rubble, she'll start digging through piles of rubble.
Okay, and as you do so, and Bloodmane joins you, and Bloodmane, as you kind of peek in, the light is hitting in places that are a little bit odd, and that's when your devil sight kind of clicks in and just goes into permanent, dark vision, and you start trying to really dig through and find what's going on. So with that being said, I need, and I'm understanding this correctly, Winnie is the primary with assistance from Bloodmane? Okay, Winnie, go ahead and make an investigation check with advantage, please.
Okay.
All
It
right,
was right there
16.
from being a fucking 20.
So 16 is just a generic success. Or it's a tier 1 success, not a tier 2. But that's okay. So I need to roll a die for potential survivors. Hey, and that is 4. So through the investigatory process, you guys realize it's going to take you 2 hours to dig through the rubble, but the rubble has laid just enough to be able to get 4 people out. Now, this also happens to be the place where, Winnie, your mom and dad were located, so that's going to add 2 to that, so that's 6 people for 2 hours worth of clearing. Because Bloodmane is going to be assisting you, that reduces you guys from 2 hours to 1 hour. And that is where we're going to leave you guys.
I'll take the lizard.
I'll take the lizard. Gartok's like, yes.
I didn't know that lizard's name was Brunch. Huh.
You guys come back to fucking 6 hours goes by. You guys got dozens of survivors. Has anyone seen Gartok? Yeah, I think he was down in that hut. You go in there and he's just been picking the bones clean for like 7 hours. He's just like, oh,
You ate my cousin.
you sent me to the buffet. It's terrible.
You had to resist the urge to go to the pile of corpses.
Yeah, right. It's the biggest.
That's why I went right there first, actually.
Just go ahead and get the live ones out before he finds it. Okay, with that being said, Ulrich, we'll go ahead and go to you since you had approached the pile of corpses. There are a lot of corpses here, and the ones that are on the outside, and when I say a lot, I'm talking that this is from ground level, which is where you're standing, and it goes up probably 7.5, 8 feet, and it is as wide as it appears. There is easily, with a quick count, no less than 80 bodies in this pile, and it is fucking mortifying. Go ahead and give me your investigation check as you begin to go through this process. Yeah.
Can I guide myself?
You fucking can for sure. Yes, this would definitely be the time for guidance. Yep, yes sir.
Do the guiding thing.
Do the roar.
Guiding bolt.
D-bar.
Yeah, as he just lights the fire. Okay, 15. All right, plus the D4. That's actually really good. Fuck yeah, 18. All right, so that is a success. So all right, that's 4. Nice. Okay, so as you start to kind of look around the base, which is where you assume that those who realize that the shit was hitting the fan, maybe I should crawl into this pile sort of thing, before they get and start sticking, you can definitely hear moans and groans and kind of whines and whispers coming from the pile. It will take you about 2 hours to get the corpses moved enough, especially with, no offense, but your strength, to get down to them. But you can tell from where you're at, there's probably at least 4 people inside of here still alive. All right, so let's go down to Sybil.
So I may mess with your plan on things a little bit, but as I'm realizing the scale of things, can I do something before I check this building and instead take the time to check the bodies that are out in the open? Because we should get them back first if possible.
Yeah, absolutely. So, what I refer to as the quote unquote greater exterior is all of the bodies that are out in the open. So do me 2 things. First and foremost, and give me just a sec.
Oh, I'm planning on going back to that building for the next thing, but I realized we should probably get the people that might be laying wounded first.
Absolutely. So go ahead and give me your investigation check.
I'm so good at those.
Actually, that's not too bad. That is a basic success, which is still good.
You know, for the way Sybil rolls at brain things, I will take that.
All right, so, wow, yeah. You guys are actually, like, So when I wrote the chart and I put the table together, I actually kind of I wrote it on the side of not many survivors, and your guys' checks have actually proved me fucking wrong. So apparently there's more survivors than I even thought. So here's how this is going to play out. Gartok, it's going to require 4 hours to figure out how to move the debris so that the other part doesn't collapse. And at the end of that 4 hours, you will have 2 survivors. Sybil and Ulrich, both of your efforts are going to require 2 full hours. And this is going to be a meticulous amount of Sybil checking the dead and wounded and just looking for corpses. Or for survivors. At the end of it, you will both have successfully saved 4 people, and then Bloodmane and Winnie, because of Bloodmane's assistance and because of the amount of this building. This was the strongest building in town. It was the place of worship. This is the place that actually used stone within its wooden structure as well as wood, as opposed to all the other huts that were pretty much just wood. You guys will require 1 hour, and you will have 6 survivors, including Winnie's parents. So, that does take all of your time, though. So we're going to sake of brevity until the first group is done. So, an hour goes by. Give me a moment. By the way, I'm going to be moving survivors down to the centralmost portion by where the wizards are, or by where the mages are, because my assumption, anyways, is that you guys would like to get people who are alive and well to the spot where it would be most convenient to get them the fuck out of there. So bear with me.
That makes sense. So probably not what we would do. So.
As Sybil takes the survivors and bolts into the forest to get lost forever into the jungle.
I dare you. We'll find you faster than we've ever found you before.
Can I join? I want to run.
You're lucky, you took the Soul Stealer rapier.
Faster than we've ever lost you before.
I was actually typing I was about to type shit to Kat about Sybil, and she totally made me forget what I was gonna write, so.
Hey, Sybil was useful for the first part. And I didn't steal any of your family members' souls. So, it's a win-win.
Yeah.
Alright, so about an hour goes by, and as the hour kind of comes to fruition, Bloodmane, who has been furiously digging, while Winnie is kind of looking for those who are bypassing those who are definitely dead and looking for those who are wounded and still alive. She manages to pull a couple of folks out. And that's when Bloodmane, you finally get this huge column. It was the stone column that kind of like held the center of the roof portion up. It kind of tipped backwards and fallen through the side of the building. You finally managed to get that bitch dislodged just enough to put some momentum into it with the underbelly of the hammer. And as you lift it up, underneath, you find in a divot, in a little ditch, probably 1.5 feet, 2 feet deep, you find laying there, almost as if in a shallow grave, Winnie's dad. At this point, Winnie, you have successfully gotten the remainder of the people, at least in their base form, up and out, though they are at the point of being like mortally wounded. They're still breathing barely, but that's Bloodmane. You rest your eyes on Olafarin, and he kind of looks up at you through just absolutely bloodied, tattered, torn face. You can see his nose is, horrifically broken. It's like shattered and off. It faces off to like the left, pretty much at a 90-degree angle. He's got a bunch of teeth missing, but as he looks up at you through bloodied and swollen eyes, he says, "Oh, no way. I knew I liked you." And he kind of puts his hand up to you, and you can see 2 of his fingers are just completely shattered messes.
This is why we don't skip Blood Day.
Oh, stop it. get me out of here, please.
I'm going to, as carefully as I can, try to get this guy out of here without doing any more damage to him.
So what I heard was yeet.
No. You did not hear eat.
All right.
Nor did you hear eat.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's easy enough. When you want to be gentle, like, it's possible. It's just not often. And, yeah, so you kind of, like, help him up. And this guy's a big dude. He's fucking buff. So, like, as you kind of support, you can feel, like, as you're, like, grabbing on, especially to the upper body, you're like, damn, this dude is fucked up. His muscles, his pecs in particular, are, like, swollen out of proportion. Like, he's got a lot of muscle damage. But his arms, legs, chest, ribs, they all seem like the major structure of his body, bone-wise, seem to be really intact. He's just really battered and bruised. But you get him up, and you begin to kind of like walk him down towards where the remainder of the group is, including Winnie, who you have gotten your mom out. Who actually, she's in pretty good fucking condition. It actually looks like one of the cabinets had tipped over on top of her, and though it busted her face up pretty bad, and like one side of her, like everything else was intact, but she like it like broke through her body, the back of the cabinet, and she was kind of like trapped inside of it. So she had like a bunch of clothes and stuff on top of her while everything was kind of falling around her. She got really lucky. So you guys get them up. Winnie, as Dad gets close to you, Mom is already there, kind of just like in the throes, and you know, just everybody is whining and begging. You actually have 2 people who are unconscious. They're like that wounded. But you get Dad down there. Bloodman kind of walks him over, and you can see he's in really bad shape. But he says to you, he kind of looks through his battered and bloodied eyes, and he just goes, "And so, once more, through the gates of the Feywild, the shepherd comes, and it is she who brings us redemption." Oh, shit. Ow. We need to get out of here, Winfina. We need to get out of here quickly. The undead are coming.
We know.
They're coming fast. And they are going to be angry. We need to burn the dead as best we can. Quickly.
Okay.
So, what do you 2 do? Your first bit is up.
Winnie's gonna start thinking through what spells she has to see what she can do about burning the body.
Now, I know you mentioned also that you said you were going to be you're going to be casting. What are you doing for the you said you were going to try to patch together the unconscious, is that correct, Candace? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be healing for sure.
Me too. Once I'm done in my pile.
Okay, so Winnie, you've got 2 unconscious bodies there, but you would have to you can't use closed wounds on them because they don't have any hit points.
Right. Yeah.
So did you want to actually go forward with cure wounds, or okay? So you're going to cast cure wounds.
So honestly, she'd probably cast the 3rd level on her. Actually, maybe if we're thinking about using resources, maybe drop the unicorn spirit, like the totem.
Okay.
Try to heal everybody at once.
Within that circle?
Within that 30-foot radius,
okay.
yeah.
So we'll say that it is all 6 survivors plus you and Bloodmane.
Great.
I don't think you guys are hurt.
That's fine. And then I'll cast I'll start with a level 1 cure wounds on her dad.
Okay, and how many hit points is does the unicorn spirit give?
It's equal to my druid level, so 12.
So 12?
Yep.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your level 1. And this is just, I've got a note here about how many hit points these people each have that it would require them to be okay.
So he got 22.
Yeah. So the commoners, so 4 of the 5 are at full health.
Great.
Like with that.
Okay.
Okay. Now with the 12, I mean, that they would have gotten. Your mom is at damn near full health. She probably doesn't need a whole lot more. Your dad's still looking pretty worse for wear.
Okay.
But you see like the nose, like as the spirit kind of spins around him, the nose like busts back into place. He's like, ah, you see a couple of his teeth regrow. One of his fingers cracks back into place, and he's like, ah, okay, all right. Oh.
I want to see if I can try to just use this to its max. Because it only lasts for a minute, so,
okay.
Which seems a lot longer in combat. So I want to move it, because I can move it 60 feet as a bonus action. So if I move it 60 feet south, sorry, I'm counting wrong. Yeah, I'll try to put it like over by Sybil, I guess.
Okay, we're where her character is right now. An hour past where she's at, she's probably upwards of like here now.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
But
okay,
then where
I
she
see
was
where
is
you're I see where you're putting it. Though.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then I would. So all I have to do is I have to expend a spell slot, and anybody in the circle would get the heal. So I'm also going to do a level 2 cure wounds on my dad.
Okay, make sure that you mark off your spirit totem.
Yep. That was wow, fucking on it with heals today. So he would get another 19 hit points, and then anybody that you count as in that circle would get.
Okay, so dad is pretty damn near full health. And what's the radius on that? 30?
30. Yes.
30. Give me 1 second. And then we're gonna, as soon as we finish this sentence, I'm gonna say we'll go ahead and take our break so we can get them situated. All right, so. So 2 of the unconscious bodies that Sybil had found receive the healing, and she kind of drags them out, realizing that they are alive and not dead. She brings them out and notates like, hey, these guys are not dead, and continues to move so that she can hopefully help those who have not bled out yet. But the unicorn spirit whoop, goes off, and as it goes off, literally two random dudes stand up, and they're just like, ah! And one of them actually is the lizard folk that Ulrich had a conversation with, the guy who had the blade in his belly. So we'll go ahead and leave that there. So with that being said, though, so you've expended 2 spell slots. Make sure you mark those off, please, as well as your unicorn spirit.
Yep.
The spirit fades at that point, but I mean, those 2 commoners are full health.
Right.
So.
Yeah. I'm not gonna complain about healing
Easy peasy.
people with two spell slots.
Yeah. Fuck no. All right, guys. With that, we'll come back and we'll touch on the next group to go, which is going to be Sybil and Gartok. And let's take like 10-15 minutes, grab snacks, food, drinks, smoke, whatever you need.
Are you sure it's me? I thought it's Ulrich, because I think Ulrich finishes before I do.
Oh, it is Ulrich.
4
Sorry.
hours.
Yeah. It is. Either way, that's a moot point. We're going to get back to you guys in 10-15 minutes. So, okay,
Shall return.
we'll be right back. I will leave this screen up so everybody can kind of see what's going on here. Be right back, guys. Got my mic muted. Anyways, how's it going there, Torin? Rose just told Rose that she'll probably have the same reaction I did. Hey. Go on. Get good rest, okay? Can you see Lucy? No? Okay. His is doing the spinning thing again on my end.
On mine, it's just showing he's not.
Yeah, when he's not covering himself in fucking ketchup. I cannot believe that they literally... That room is only so big. That had to have taken him 10 minutes.
Even was 2 minutes. It's too long to look away from something you're supposed to be watching. I just talked with Leo about that too. I said, learn from it. It's not worth going through and getting punished for if you don't learn from it. He said, no, next time I promise I'm going to pay closer attention. I hope so. But when I had the pillow on his toddler bed, he grabbed his blanket, went over there, and just snuggled up and lay down. Dude, if I thought you'd stay there, I'd leave you.
He won't.
He wouldn't stay. He'd ever
No.
play.
Mm-mm.
I told Lady to watch it.
Yeah, I don't want him on his computer though.
Told Ellie that too, so he gets lost in the fridge again. It's like, I'll remind her that needs tonight too. I almost, when I was doing the investigation, I almost went into the mastiff mode, but they told me a benefit for perception, not investigation. Because I'm a +0 and there's a plus or a negative one. This I'm pretty sure it is.
What?
I'm pretty sure that Kurt's a negative one.
He's a negative one?
Investigation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me about Bloodmate.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Actually, I got so into it, I forgot to.
Shalom, bitches. Oh, are you eating a drumstick ice cream cone? You son of a bitch.
He's like,
Yeah, I knew it. I
he
knew it.
was eating it.
Damn you, Casey. Now I'm hungry for pizza. You and fucking Lucy have done this to me.
I think we're getting pizza tonight.
I don't know, man. My guts.
I know. We didn't even get to eat what we wanted to yesterday.
Oh,
We had a,
don't even get me started on that.
we had a Philly pizza last night.
Oh.
It was excellent.
So, I mean this in all seriousness. The weirdest thing about being down south, guys, the pizza here is fucking garbage. There are no pizza joints. There are also no beef joints. Nowhere. You cannot find an Italian beef, a fucking meatball sandwich or meatball stuff. You can't find them anywhere. Finding a gyro, we have one place, and it's like out of a frozen pack gyro. It is so sad. I've actually thought a few times, like, God
Might open
damn.
a Chicago restaurant.
Opening up a legit Chicago style restaurant, just we'll just call it the beef joint. But yeah,
Great idea.
the no pizza place thing sucks. It's terrible.
There's one that's okay.
No, it's trash compared to the pizza we like from compared to pizza joint pizza. You know what I mean? Like that good, heavy, dense crust with the cheese on top that just screams, baked beautifully.
The huge slices, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's garbage down here.
They actually opened up a Portillo's just outside of Detroit. It's like an hour away from me, and I've heavily considered it's a 2-hour lunch trip. We're gonna do it.
It's gonna be the best 2-hour lunch trip of your entire fucking life.
Just stay there and work, and you can have dinner there too.
It's not a bad idea.
That's actually really smart.
Hi, I'm HR.
Yeah, Casey, where the hell are you? It's awfully loud in the background. Yeah, don't worry about it.
Family reunion.
Italian beef, baby. All right.
But I now have a gremlin under the desk waiting for pizza droppings.
Yeah, I knew it. He's down there just like, I can smell it, Papa.
He gets his pizza bones. That's okay.
Ladies like that, anytime I eat anything related to cheese, she will sit on my foot if that means she can get close enough to me.
She's smart. Smart dog.
What are those like pretzel roll things with like different flavorings?
Combos?
Combos.
Oh, combos, dude. I love
Now
combos.
I want pizza combos for some reason now.
True that. The cracker ones or the pretzel ones?
I like both, to be honest, but maybe the cracker ones.
Nah, fuck that. Commit to column A, column B, baby. Just do a little bit of everything. Each handful's a surprise.
I want them.
I would
And
say
those in years.
for the pizza ones, which you can get at Quick Trip, as I have discovered, pretzel ones, 100% for that flavor.
Fair enough.
Also, like, they have a, like, buffalo blue cheese one, which sounded so weird, and I tried them once, and now I get them far more often than I should.
I really like the pretzel pieces that are buffalo flavored, the Snyder's.
Yeah, those are great.
Those are good.
I
Hot
like
wings.
those in my cabinet right now.
Mm.
Those are a little too dense for me to safely eat, because I will break all the brackets.
Yeah, you would.
They are on my list. This list of foods that I will eat eventually is now very long.
And when this is over, I'm gonna make another pizza. Screw you guys.
Jesus Christ, this guy's metabolism, though.
Yeah, it's because he's a baby. He's in
Yeah.
his second year of uni. I mean,
say,
I
you're
remember
not
those
really
days too,
22.
man. That's about where I started my decline, by the way. Year 2 was rough. Actually, the first 6 months were pretty terrible. They were like, you're going to gain 15 pounds your freshman year. My fat ass walking out 70 pounds heavier, and I'm just like, what the fuck happened? I can't eat taquitos for 3 meals a day?
Dude, I lost weight in college. All I could afford was fucking rice, so I'd, like, get free mustard from one of the restaurants, put mustard on it, and other stuff. I never did any ketchup on rice, but...
Thank God for that.
It was lean times, boys.
Yeah, these pizzas I get are very cheap. They're like 80 pence, which is not even a pound. So I normally stack up on them.
It's the super unfancy version of the penny.
It's the sodium. It's a sodium blast for the senses.
Hell yeah. All right. So, okay. So let's go ahead and strike this bad boy back up. We're going to move on to Ulrich and Sybil. Ulrich, we'll start with you. So the remainder of your your initial hour goes by, and you do successfully manage to, as you move the corpses off into the side, you kind of create this, like, long, almost half-moon structure where you're, like, laying the bodies that are definitely dead versus the ones that are alive, and you do manage to drag out an additional 4 bodies. Give me a moment. Yeah, they're not corpses, they're bodies. They alive. They're not doing good, but they're alive.
And as soon as I'm pretty sure I've got what I can get out safely right now, I will just drop a 5th level of Mass Cure Wounds and get them all at once.
Okay, perfect. Yep, go ahead and mark that off. And then as you let the cure wounds go, give me a sec to make some notes here. All right, so as you let the mass cure wounds off, you easily bring them all back to full. Throughout that, I mean, and these guys, I mean, one of them actually, as you pull the last one out, you realize that she's got an arrow shaft buried so deep in her chest that when you kind of like tip her over, you can hear the whistling of air escaping her lungs, and you have no idea how she survived. Best bet is that she had so much pressure on top of her from the other bodies that it actually kept it closed, almost like if you've got a sucking chest wound and you've got to keep, something sealing it, and she just barely made it. So you get these people back up. They're at full. And we'll move them down here. Okay, so your hour has come to an end at that point. Now, we're going to pause there for a moment and move over to Sybil, because Sybil ends at the same time that you do as well.
Sybil's obviously going through the clearing, that greater exterior, and is she'll dig out her like the healer's kit that she had from her time as a guard, and just she's battlefield medicing as best she can there for anyone that's alive. Like stabilize, move on to the next. She'll go and drag people back at the end, essentially when she figures out who's alive.
Okay, so I'm going to put you over on this right-hand side here to indicate that you've kind of gone, you've taken these 2 hours and you've gone all the way around. The two that you had pulled out initially from that first house collapse, or near the house collapse, they were actually kind of like stuck under rubble from where this entity was burrowing. Those two have already been brought into the fold and have been healed, but you do find an additional 2. You don't have the healer feed, do you?
Nope,
Okay.
just
No, it's fine. I just want to. Nope, we're good with that answer. I just wanted to make sure that you were not using charges off of a kit. So you're set. You bring the 2. 1, 2. By the way, these people are not armed nearly as well as their models look.
If needed, I mean, I would use charges to stabilize, like, just the basic healer's kit stuff. I just don't have anything to, like, give hit points back.
These people don't need to be stabilized, because if they were dying, they would have been dead long before you got here.
That's very fair. Very, very fair.
Yeah. Okay. So, that hour goes by. That was 4, so an additional 2, so you guys are up to 14.
When Sybil comes back, though, and she sees the people that have been healed, there are people that are in like good shape now, right? Like there are people that have been fully healed.
Oh, absolutely.
Then she's going to could probably use more help going through the buildings if anyone's in good enough shape to be able to help.
None of them even pay you heed. They have just seen absolute fucking horror and slaughter, and they are physically put together, but they almost look taken aback that you would even suggest they have to now go dig out their own dead after watching everybody be brutalized. And none of them says a word. They sit in silence.
She's gonna keep moving then and go to the building that she was planning on going to next.
Okay, that was the southernmost, correct?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so while this has been transpiring, Bloodmane and Winnie, there was an hour lull in there. So what would you two like to do? Would you like to start on another house?
Yeah, probably. Maybe up here. And I'll work our way around toward Ulrich. And
where are you? Where is up here?
Sorry, up north, northeast. Okay. I was pinging, but
well, no, I mean that's fine. Either way, just bring your character up just so I can see, because she was still sitting down there, at least as far as I can tell.
Do we have an estimation of how much time we've got for this yet, guys? Because I don't want to be caught not burning these bodies when the undead roll through. Was it a day? Was it a day in between?
I think.
Well, Gartok told us there were many undead less than a mile away. So
less than a mile,
or a mile, roughly.
About a mile.
Okay. Yeah.
And mind you, at this point, it's been an hour and some change, so nothing has happened yet. But
I'm gonna. Sorry, Winnie. I've got to start setting fires here.
Please
we
do.
cannot have these people added to that.
Gartok, can you check again to see if they've gotten closer?
Gartok is currently in the middle of removing rubble. You cannot speak with him. He is in his own world. He's still got 2 hours.
He's a machine.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin, I would like to start setting fires. I want to use control flames to help spread that where applicable. And I'd also like to form the flames into a sign of this particular tribe's God's holy symbol. So they're getting cleansed in the best possible way I know how.
Okay. So you said you're going to use control flames. What is your flame source? Because that is not a produce flame. That's a control.
Correct. I think just in my adventurer's kit or whatever, I think I have flint and tinder, and if not, I'll steal it from somebody. There may even be flames in some of these already.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Are you going around to each individual corpse, or are you taking time to gather them and put them kind of together?
No, I'm going from building cleared buildings to that. I actually want to start on that big pile of corpses.
Okay.
That's a lot. When Ulrich's done, I think he is.
Okay.
And then I'll go to the buildings that we've already gone through.
Okay, sure. And so just run me through the intention here logistically, because there's two things that are kind of working against you. One, you are in the most humid jungle that exists in this region, period, end of story. Second of all, every one of these corpses, the actual dead ones, are soaked to the bone in blood. So how are you going to provide enough dry fuel to light them?
Okay. If control flames won't work, if I can catch even just a little bit of someone, I guess, in that pile on fire, I will use that and control that, I think.
Okay.
I just got the cantrip. I think I can do it in up to 3 squares or something like that.
Yeah, so you can have three. You can have 3 non-instantaneous effects active at one time, which is 3 of these things. So you are going to expand the flames 5 feet in one direction. Is what you're trying to do, I believe.
Yep.
Now that expands the flames in 5 direction. So there's still going to have to be fuel. Okay, give me a second here to look something up logistically here.
For sure. Does anybody have oil flasks or anything like that? Do we have that can that one jug that we have produce oil even?
Let me check if we didn't sell it. I also might be able to help with Druid Craft.
Yeah, so I mean, what it really comes down to is that the issue right now is not that it is hard to create a spark to then turn something on fire. It's maintaining that in conditions that are soaked without dry fuel. That's the problem.
Right. Would oil, which would cling to everything, help offset that?
It might. You could try it if you have it. But 1 pint of oil is not going to reduce 75 bodies to dust. Now, what I will say is that if you wanted to focus your control on it, it's going to require all of your action to focus fire and to continually, So okay, let me back up. So you get a spark, you get a small flame. You cast control flame back to back. 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. Now you're torching and setting this fire. Slowly, you will be able to burn these things down, but it is going to take a long time, and you are going to have to on repeat cast control flame so that you can continue to use that 5-foot burst in one direction. Because pretty much you're working on, you're working with these little teeny tiny bursts of fire trying to catch things that is going to utilize all of the fuel and then run out. Think about the great funeral pyres of even the Vikings. They had to burn wood for a day in order to provide enough dry fuel to actually torch a body. It takes a lot to burn a corpse. But yeah, absolutely. I will allow it because I think that it's plausible. Just give me whatever your source of ignition is, and
I think so. When he told her that he was going to do that, she would take the tinderbox out of the. I think it's in the bag of holding. Yeah, so she'll take the tinderbox out of the bag of holding, hand it to him, and also, excuse me, I'll let you make this call, Kevin, because it's the way it's worded. But with Druidcraft, it says you instantly light or snuff out a candle, a torch, or a small campfire. There isn't an actual campfire set here, so I don't know if you would allow that to count.
No, this is not a campfire. This is a pile of corpses.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Well, and let me ask you this. Would Winnie sit here and cook food over these corpses?
No.
Then it's not a campfire.
Fair enough. That's why I wanted you to make the call. But she'll hand the tinderbox over to...
And I asked that not tongue-in-cheek, by the way. I asked that seriously because I know that there's some crazy fucks out there, Gartok, who would eat over that fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, I also have a tinderbox and a torch, so I can use those.
Yeah, she can light the torch. If you hold up the torch, she'll use Druidcraft to light the torch, and then she would move on to the next building.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Easy. All right, so, Cayman, let me, make a roll here. All right, so you are busy casting, kind of going through almost in this weird ritualistic way of making sure that this torch, which the torch lights no fucking problem, and as you control the flame, I'm assuming you're kind of just going around and you're focus firing, you know, these bursts, these 5-foot jets of flame, which is going to take a while, but it is doable. So, Winnie has moved on to the next building during this time. Gartok, I have not forgotten about you. So Winnie, go ahead and give me your investigation check. This is not being made with advantage, which is fine because you've got a fucking stellar investigation.
No, don't.
Okay.
She's thrown off because her parents are both alive and she was not anticipating that.
And Dad probably wouldn't have made it through another couple of days, but... Okay. Alright, so... Everybody is hard at work. Sybil, so the time has ended for Sybil, and now we are looking for Sybil and Ulrich. Okay, so what are you two what are you two doing now? Sybil, you said you were moving down to the south, and Ulrich, you're moving over here. Okay, let me go ahead and get some X's on the map so that we're just keeping track of what has been taken care of at this point. As there is obviously a finite amount of things to search.
My goal here is to not immediately start pulling bodies right away, or survivors. It is to go and check these two buildings to see where the limited amount of time might be most efficient, to see if I think there's more bodies in the second building or the first before I start extricating. I know it's going to add more time overall, but she's not...
Because of how crushed and decimated these buildings are, it's really hard to tell what's in here until you begin your investigation.
Yep, okay.
So this is kind of a choose one building, and we'll go from that building to that building, and you get your investigation determines what the success is. So.
Okay.
Okay, so Sybil, go ahead and give me an investigation check, and Ulrich, you go ahead and give me an investigation check as well.
I will be guiding myself.
Okie dokie. Wow, 21's pretty fucking good. Jesus Christ.
She's compartmentalizing efficiently here, evidently.
All right, so it's an 18 and a 21. Bear with me one moment. All right, Sybil, you definitely... So the structure of this thing, again, like everything else, is pretty decimated, pretty trashed. But you definitely hear, as you do the initial round of investigation, there are definitely people in here that are still alive. Multiple, like more than 2, for sure. And that is when you begin to move and manipulate things. We will come back to you in just a moment. Ulrich, Let me just look at my sheet. You rolled an 18. 18. Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. All right, so with that being said, let's see, who would be next up on the docket? Gartok, actually, Gartok. So, everybody goes about their business. 2 hours go by. Gartok, your task has completed. You have finally figured out how to get the roof to not completely cave in and collapse on top of the people who you have found underneath. And as you come to that conclusion, you successfully find 2 more survivors. All right, Gartok, what would you like to do? You pull the 2 out from underneath the shit show.
I think Gartok will take them, like, as he walks outside, you can see there's a lot of people in the center.
Yes.
So I guess he'll just kind of point them towards that.
Okay.
And I guess some of the bodies that are outside, if they're dead, he's going to try and, I guess, take... He knows that we want to burn stuff. Don't give me that face, Xavier.
I'm waiting for you to take a turkey leg for yourself, okay?
I will, but not yet. I'm gonna put these bodies inside this house for now, and there's a bunch of like wooden furniture and stuff inside, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'll put like I guess most of them inside along with some of the other bodies in here, and with my own tinderbox and stuff, I want to kind of light the broken furniture, just kind of pile it together and like light it up because it's a wooden house.
Okay.
And maybe take like a leg and cook it for a little bit, you know.
Fine by me, do you. All right, so while we start that up, go ahead and... All right, so you are in the process of moving the corpses into that building to then ignite. So bear with me for just a moment. Let's jump down to Gartok. That was the last 2 hours of yours. Winnie, I'm just updating everybody where everybody's at in their hours. All right, and then that brings us to Ulrich. Ulrich, you have successfully, at the tail end of this 2 hours, also completed your next task. And in this small building, there are surprisingly, and odd enough too, there are 2 dead adults on the top portion, and you find underneath where there was a makeshift fireplace, there's a little compartment, actually dug like into the ground, and as you get the rubble moved away, you hear coughing as the dust is kind of stirred, and you find 4 children underneath the mantle.
Are they conscious or?
Yes, and very much in. They're like they look tired, scared, and hungry, but they look pretty much unscathed.
I will extend a hand to try and help them out. Tell them we're here to get them out.
Okay, yeah, they kind of look at you in awe, and being that you're not a turtle attempting to run them through, they accept the offer.
That's good. And I'll bring them over to the group of survivors. And then as I bring them over, kind of take account of what we have. So we have 20 survivors, so I would ask 2 of the mages to start circles to get the 20 that we have out now.
Okay, understood.
So we're not trying to rush and get a bunch of people all at once.
I'm glad you're the same count as me. I've been trying to keep track.
Yep, I've got it over here too, just FYI. And I do have a token on the field for everybody.
And then, if I can, I'd like to pull Winnie's dad aside.
Okay.
From away from the group, and ask him to please check faces to make sure they are actually from the Oasis and not someone from the cult hiding in the bodies, to make sure we're not taking someone that we may not want to be where we were going to be at.
Okay. Yeah. So he kind of looks out at the group that you've got here, and he says, the only adversaries that we saw within the cult were Tortle. So if anybody happens to stumble upon a Tortle, we may need to do some digging. And then he glances again. Everybody here looks okay.
Good. I'm counting, wanting to make sure, because would rather be safe than sorry. And I hate to ask this of you at this time, but I think it was a smart move at this point.
Yes. No. You're absolutely correct. Thank you. All right. So, Ulrich, what are you setting your next task as?
Let's go. My map's going crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell's going on with this map, by the way. I haven't done anything different. I think it's Roll20's being funky.
They might have an update coming out or something too for the extension.
I'm gonna go to this hut all the way over here and then try and. I'm looking at little places because I have weak noodly arms, so that way maybe if less than
You do have weak noodly arms, though. All right, go ahead and give me your investigation check.
And I will be guiding myself.
Okie dokie. Oh, 19, all right.
19.
All right. As you begin to dig around, you hear very, very soft muttering in... Oh, it's a language you actually don't know. Which isn't that surprising, because you've got some pretty exotic languages, but only a few of them. You hear muttering, and you begin to move things around, and you begin to manipulate the environment around you. It will take a little bit of time, so we'll get back to you in just a moment. Let's see here. So, let's move on to the next chunk. We are looking at... So, the next increment is 1 hour and 1 hour. Winnie, you complete your search. You do not find any survivors, unfortunately. Everybody in here appears to have been deceased either during the main attack or the attacks that followed after. Gartok, you have completed... You have succeeded in your... It took you an hour with how wet the wood is. Even with a torch, it takes a lot. It takes a lot to keep the fire maintained, but eventually you manage to get the entirety of the house ablaze, and as you do so, it does go up, but it takes that full hour. Give me a moment to update a couple things. Okay. So, with that being said, Sybil, Bloodmane, and Ulrich are still all within their own tasks, though they are going well. You are proceeding at this point. Winnie and Gartok, since your tasks have just ended, what would you like to begin now? Oh, you know what? Hang on, give me a second. Since an hour went by, let me get these fucking guys off the field. All right, so 2 of the wizards step forward. They conjure their circles. Within the course of a minute or so, there are these blue flashes of energy. The mages kind of give them instruction, and as they do so, you guys literally watch as these people pour into these circles, and one after another, these little streaks of blue energy kind of radiating up into the sky as their forms are broken down to the molecular level and then transported across the continent. So, you have successfully saved 20 survivors. Congratulations.
That's more than I honestly thought we were going to.
When he's like, all right, call it, just burn everything, call it. I think 20 is good.
I know you said I didn't find survivors. Did I find bodies?
You did find bodies.
Okay.
And what you see is what you get on the map. I believe there's bodies up there. Hang on.
Yeah, I see them. 1, 2.
I was gonna say, now you make me fucking doubt myself.
7. So my thought was, as she was searching, could she have been dragging them into a pile so I could burn the bodies instead of having to
Where do you
burn a
want
whole
them?
building? Like, just right outside.
Now, again, we're using the term pile very loosely here. It is very, very, very difficult to burn wet bodies.
Right.
And it will require a dry fuel source. But again, if you'd like to dedicate yourself to the process of getting some of these corpses into a pile, there we go. How's that? Is that enough bodies for you?
I mean, it's terrible.
Well, it is pretty fucking terrible, but I'm just trying to grab everything in that area.
would I be able to like grab a chair or something and try to use some of the shit that's in here, the rubble and stuff that's wood, to try to make it a little easier to burn?
Yeah, go, why don't I do this? Give me a sec. Okay.
She'd be praying to Obadiah the whole time, of course, doing the rites and rituals that her father taught her as she was growing up, when she was supposed to take over.
Okay, so your task, what I'm setting up, kind of like what Bloodmane has with the corpses that are around there, and actually, you know what, there are some loose corpses. That's a terrible thing to say, there are some loose corpses. We're going to assume, because, again, all these corpses have a place and a purpose within the map, we're going to say that part of Bloodmane's task was to also drag some of these loosies over to the
That's such a get.
no, not you. So this is gonna sound kind of ghetto of me, but this is legit, and not something I'm proud of knowing, but a loosie is actually a loose cigarette that you can purchase from, or you can be given from people. But there was a gas station when I was in college that they always had open packs of Newports, and you could go in there and buy loosies for a quarter a piece. Which made them wild amounts of profit. But if you're like, man, I need a couple cigarettes to get me through, you know, you just go there and buy a few loosies, and that's really popular, like in inner cities. The more you know.
Also, I think illegal.
Oh, extremely illegal. Extremely illegal. All right. Okay, so Winnie and Bloodmane, you guys have essentially at this point gathered all of the corpses you were capable of finding in the almost the entire north and central quadrant. Gartok, you have successfully grabbed up all of the other corpses on the far southeastern quadrant, and then obviously there are a few little areas in and around. But as time progresses, you guys will be able to, you know, slowly kind of manipulate and move yourselves. So, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and ask Gartok. Gartok, what are you doing?
I think Gartok, especially after the scare he got when he got here, would be quite, because a lot of times past, he'd be quite worried about the zombies instead of the undead.
Okay.
So I think he'd go to, like, the west quadrant, and
okay.
I guess see if he can see anything, or just, I guess, I might as well use another spell slot to see if it can sense or see how fast they might be moving or something like that.
Okay, so go ahead and mark the spell slot off for me, and then you head over to the west and you activate your hunter or your primeval awareness. All right. As you activate your primeval awareness, you dig your claws into the soil again, and as you do so, you get your claw. Now, mind you, jungle soil is really, really soft, so it's easy for you to kind of like tear through. As you get your claws down probably 2 inches, the soil becomes hard and cold to the touch. You activate the primeval awareness, and as your senses kind of go dull for a moment and then hyperfixate, you no longer sense any other creature except for undead. And you sense a lot of them. And you sense them to the west, and you sense them to the northwest, and you sense them to the southwest. Within a mile. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. So you do manage to choke through the fear, what you, especially as a savage race and as somebody who came from a savage species village, you hear the spirits of the dead screaming and calling and crying out to you. And it all happens so fast and so violently, so aggressively, that as you let go, you look down at your hands and you notice that your claws have begun to curl inwards and almost get brittle, like they're starting to disintegrate. Something is not right about the presence of these undead. Though they do not feel any closer to you at this point than they did the last time.
But now they're more in different direction. Okay. And I guess I'll tell Ulrich who's closest. I just sense them in more directions. And then I guess... I don't know how long that'll take, but for my next action, I'll just search the house where my character's at.
Okay, yeah, and we'll get you set up there because obviously it's kind of clear that we're moving through like an hour-by-hour basis. So go ahead, Lucy, up there in that that upper left-hand corner. Give me your investigation check, please. Oops. And that's an 11.
You know, I had a debate on my level up whether I should upgrade my intelligence. I did not.
It was an internal debate that failed. All right. 1d4 and 1. All right, so you do definitely sense some survivors in here, especially considering like the first 5 steps you take, a floorboard breaks out from underneath you, and you hear a, oh, shit! And you realize, oh my god, there's literally somebody like underneath the floor, and that's when you begin to move what is essentially a hidden panel up and off of the ground with, it had like a table that was kind of overturned on it with a bookcase on its side, and you begin to move and manipulate things. We'll come back to you in just a moment. Okay, so... we're going to progress, let's see, who is the soonest? Actually, Gartok and Ulrich, you end at the same time with your current task, 1 hour and 1 hour. Alright, so Gartok, you successfully uncover, which actually it's pretty easy. It looks like not a whole lot, because this looks like the entry point from where the World Breaker entered. The cult kind of moved around it. Like, they knew that the Fury was taken out on this building, so there's not a whole lot of, like, people who have been brutalized in here outside of that initial trample. And it looks like a lot of the footprints kind of go actually around this building physically, and they kind of swarm out and into the open. You find 4 survivors. Ulrich, you finish your exam, and you find an additional single survivor. One moment to get them on the field. What would you two like to do?
I'll hit mine with the first level Cure Wounds, and then escort them over to the circle of people where we're going to start compiling the new group of survivors.
Okay. Perfect. So go ahead and mark your Cure Wounds off, and then he is back at full. Yeah, 10 is, yeah, he's a peasant. Fucking peasant. So you get them back over there. Gartok, I'm assuming you're probably doing the same?
Yes, I'll cast a good berry because it's the only healing I have.
Oh, that's very sweet. So you give them a good berry.
Everyone gets a berry.
Hell yeah. They're all very pleased. They look at the single berry kind of like annoyed, and then when they eat it, they're like, oh, these are good.
Won't be hungry
They're not
for one
great.
whole day.
They're not
They're
great.
good.
Yeah.
They're
Imagine
good.
if you... Yeah, and that's the upgraded form. If you put another spell level into it, it's actually Great Berry. And then 9th leveled is goddamn berry.
If you have low
Is that a
wisdom,
thing?
that's
Can I do
eyes,
that? I want to do that.
No, I don't think you could do that.
Damn.
Time to start writing new spells. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
If you're willing to spend a level 9 spell on a good berry, it's a goddamn berry. It should be.
You're gonna get the Kool-Aid Man berry. That's the oh yeah berry. Feed a whole village for a month. Okay. God damn you guys. So you guys bring them down there, Gartok and Ulrich. Then what would you like to set your next task as?
I would like to search the house above it.
Okay, perfect.
I'll tell you now, when I'm done with that, I'm going to gather as many bodies and light one of them on fire.
Understood.
If not both.
Okay. And Ulrich, going down to the south there?
Yep.
Perfect. You guys are making really good work of this. Hopefully this is entertaining. Both of y'all give me investigation checks, please. Determine where we go and what you do.
It feels wrong to say that it's entertaining, considering what we're doing.
Yeah. There's a lot here. Yeah, okay, so who is that? That was Ulrich with a 19. Okay, beautiful. Okay, Ulrich, you definitely sense a survivor in here, possibly more, as you begin to dig through the rubble. Lucy with a 14. Alright, you also sense somebody alive in here, possibly more, as you begin to dig. Give me one moment. Okay. With that being said, let us progress. 1 hour, another singular hour, excuse me, passes. And Gartok, you actually finish your task before any of the others do at this during this 1 hour increment, and you successfully find an additional 2 survivors. Excuse me. All right.
So I can make up to 10 berries and they'll last a whole day, so I'm just gonna say I give them some too.
Okay.
That I have left.
Yeah, no problem. All right, I've added 2 to the center, as I assume that you're going to give them a couple of berries and send them on their happy-ass ways.
Yep, if they get there on their own, that's their problem.
And then you are going to be gathering bodies in this quadrant?
Yeah.
Okay, and where are you
houses.
bringing them? Are you gonna torch the houses?
Yeah, whichever one looks like to be, I guess, more flammable. I feel like they're both bad, but one might be like have more wood and stuff. So.
Whichever one has the dehumidifier installed on the inside.
Exactly.
Fucking guys. Alright, so we'll say that you've gathered up everybody in this northern quadrant now. Give me a moment. Okay, and you are going about so your task is set. Winnie, you're still moving on your task. You've got a little while. Bloodmane, you're actually coming up to the end of yours. So let us progress again. 1 more hour goes by, and Ulrich now completes his task, because everybody's actually kind of staggered right now. So bear with me. Bloodmane, you also just finished the successful... It took about 5 hours, but you finally finished torching these corpses. So they are now completely ablaze and are successfully cooking on down, moving on up, cooking on down. Okay, sorry. I don't even know where I was going with that. Oh, Ulrich. Yeah, there we go. Sorry.
Oh, right, the dead bodies.
Oh yeah, the thing with the stuff in the guy. It's 1, 4, 4. He's up, and Ulrich was 1 and 2, 1. And Ulrich, you find 1 additional survivor. Boop.
Cure your wounds, and then move them over to the group of people.
All right. So that brings us to Bloodmane and Ulrich. Bloodmane, we'll start with you since you had kind of a long task ahead of you. What is your next step? You see Winnie is in the process of gathering like a bunch of busted up furniture. She's got these corpses up there that are all kind of like thrown into a pile together, and you see that she's kind of going through the ropes. She's actually kind of like, you see her like looking back at you once in a while like, he's making a lot of fire. How the fuck do I do that? Sort of thing. And she's up there with a tinder twig like,
I'll go and assist Winnie with that.
Okay, so that will tie you two to the same task, but it's going to have the remaining time from 4 hours to 2 hours. All right. And Ulrich, what is your next task then, my friend? Sorry, did you move yourself already?
I moved, yeah. I'm at the...
Yep, I see you.
I don't have high hopes for this place as there's a literal footprint on the house, so...
Yeah, some of these places are a little bit worse than others. Okay, so go ahead and give me your investigation check, please. $17, not bad. So as you begin to kind of dig through it, surprisingly enough, you actually do sense that there is at least somebody in here that's still kicking, and it's all the way in the southern, or I guess like southwesternmost tip. There's a bunch of shit that has kind of like fallen into the support beams of that corner, because the wall is still standing there, barely, but it's still standing. Some of it has fallen off into the water, and as you actually look into the water, which by the way is saturated pretty heavily in red, you can see in the actual lagoon easily a dozen massive crocodiles sitting. They're not attacking or anything like that, but you can definitely tell that they've been watching and waiting, and there's a good possibility that they've snagged a few of these bad boys who have fallen in or been tossed in and dragged them into the depths. But they are sitting there and kind of like watching. You just see the eyes and the top of the snout out of the water. And let me just clarify that when I say massive crocodiles, I don't mean they're actually giant crocs like dire, but they're big boys. They're large. Okay.
I'm gonna need a really big newspaper.
I smack him on the fucking snout. No! Okay, so the next one to finish their task is Sybil.
Okay.
Sybil, you successfully find 3 survivors.
Okay, we're going to bring him back to the center. I don't exactly have the healing thing, so we're just gonna usher them back.
Okay, yeah, and they're in okay shape. They're not, it's not great, but it's definitely that they've seen better days, but they're not on death's door. Plus, once you get them back there, the other people who are pretty much at this point healed to full, or at least damn near, they start helping, tending to wounds and binding arms and things like that. So,
yeah, and I think at this point, Sybil is she's just kind of she's on autopilot. Like this has to get done. She's not being super compassionate at the moment. It's efficient.
Yeah, and you are becoming extremely efficient. Okay, so where would you like to go next, or what would you like to do next?
She's going to look over, see that Ulrich is over by the other building, and then she's going to go to this little one and start there.
Man, I hope the fire didn't spread.
Nah, it's really, really, really hard to make that happen again. I can't stress enough. I don't. If you guys have ever tried to light wet wood, it just does not. It doesn't take. It's very, very difficult. So this is a pretty contained for now area. All right. So Sybil, go ahead and give me your investigation check, please.
20, which holy crap for Sybil.
Wow, that actually is really top notch. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, my last one was a 19. Like, apparently, when she gets out of her own head.
I'm taking credit for this.
Yeah, well, you know what? Maybe Bahamut has decided to bless my dice on this.
Or maybe he hasn't.
You know?
I'm just fucking with you.
This is true. Yeah, but she's at the point where if she, like, passes by a party member or something, she doesn't even really, like, look up. She's just focused on what she's doing. And no, she does not give anyone a water skin.
Not this time.
Not until I roll that nat one.
Alright, bear with me.
Okay, those, like, the burrowing spots, are they, like, tunnel type things?
Yep.
Giant pits? Okay.
Yep.
So
the mound on the outside comes up probably 4 feet or so, and then there's a huge, like, 10-foot by 10-foot circle that opens up into, like, a 15-foot by 15-foot, and it tunnels under the ground. It looks like as this entity was going in, a lot of it may have collapsed underneath its own digging system. That, and to be quite honest, jungle soil is just not strong. It's not like you're digging through, clay or bedrock or anything like that. So a lot of it does look collapsed in and kind of sunken in where the trails go, but it's definitely an open pit that leads down into the darkness.
Okay. That will be the next plan after this little building, then. Will be to go into a horrible, horrible pit of despair.
I like pits of despair.
So then what are you going to physically do?
Ah.
Rude.
Wow.
Wow, but also.
Wow. Okay. So, that is Sybil. Sybil, I've got her set. Okay, so that brings us to... Who's the next up? Winnie. Bloodmane. Ulrich. Give me 1 sec. So 1 more hour goes by. Winnie and Bloodmane. Whoopsie daisy. Jesus Christ. Whoa, I didn't even realize I could zoom out that much. Wow, that was fucked up. Everything around me was starting to turn white. I thought I was flying to heaven.
You're showing the view of some of the non-survivors.
Alright, so there's that. That has been ignited. So Winnie and Bloodmane, you guys succeed at getting this pile completely alight. It does require a lot of the wooden furniture that was inside and not quite as wet as like the exterior wooden stuff, but you do manage to get everything lit up into a big enough pile. So at this point, it's not a matter of reducing them to ashes. It's a matter of reducing the forms, the physical forms, enough to not be brought back as a skeleton or a zombie. And you have successfully done it. But then that also brings us to Ulrich. Ulrich, you, in this tiny little hut down here.
I thought you were out of tissues.
Oh, no, I'm good, thank you. You find an additional 4 survivors in this place, who are all pretty worse for wear.
Then that'll be a 5th level spell for Mass Cure Wounds to get them all in one fell swoop.
All right, and you heal them back up to pristine condition. All right.
Hold on. I accidentally cast Cure Wounds, not Mass. It won't be that much, but I was like, that's a lot of dice.
Yeah, they're still fine. I mean, they're peasants, so.
I know, but
yeah, it is a big difference though. And make sure you give yourself that that cure wounds, or well, I guess it wouldn't matter because it's a 5th spell slot anyways. But okay, so with that being said, Winnie and Bloodmane, you have successfully set the fire ablaze. Ulrich, you have cleared this house. Gartok, you still have a little while, and Sybil, you still have a little while for your tasks. So, what are you guys? What is your next step? Ulrich, we'll start with you.
there's one building that left that we have not checked.
Correct.
We'll walk over to Winnie and let her know that we've got one building left. What do you want to do after this? Like, we can burn bodies, but
We need to get out of here.
Thinking about moving, so
Yeah.
I'll go check the building. Keep with what you're doing or gathering if we can. Get rid of as, make as many unusable as we can, and then I think after we're done checking these last couple places, we need to go.
Okay.
All right, so Ulrich, you know the deal, my man. Go ahead and give me an investigation check, please.
You said we succeeded on this, right?
You did succeed. Yep, it is ablaze, and you are successfully. None of those bodies can be utilized at this point.
When
at
he
least
probably
not
would
for
have.
what you think they would be used for.
Winnie probably would have gone over with him, then with Ulrich to try to help to speed stuff up to get us the hell out of here.
Good, because I rolled a 1 on my investigation.
Oh no. Well, if she's assisting you, then go ahead and roll again, because you'll have advantage.
Guidance yourself too.
Oh, it's already done.
I did.
Yeah, that's there.
Oh, good. Okay.
There we go.
What?
See, isn't it nice when somebody who's got a good fucking investigation shows up and says, "Hey, maybe we should do this thing the way that I want to do it." You walk in and Ulrich's like looking up at the sky. You're like, "What are you doing, jackass?" You just grab him by the back of the hair and force his head down. There. Oh, there's people. I kid. Ulrich, okay, that is definitely a success with a 17-19 total. All right, perfect. And Bloodmane, what are you doing at this point? Anything else? Anything special? Anything specific?
Can I all bodies the already burning piles?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, give me 1 sec. Let me see. Yeah, easy.
All right, that's what I'm going to set around doing.
All right, perfect. Give me just 1 second. I'm gonna move some bodies.
Some Lucy's.
All right. Where are we going?
Crazy.
As long as there's pizza there, I'm in.
Pizza and shiny clickety-clickety math rocks.
The best kind of math rocks. Alright, bear with me a moment. Sorry about that. I had a lot of things to shift on my end.
It was shifting all the undead away from us, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Wanna see this I can't think of the word for some reason. This clearing is like Moses, right? We're splitting the tide of the undead. They're just gonna go walk around, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. Okay, so
They're scared.
I'm scared. I'm in danger. All right. So Winnie and Ulrich and Sybil, your tasks have successfully completed, bringing us down another hour. Winnie and Ulrich, you guys successfully find one additional survivor, bringing you to 16. Sorry, I'm getting these fucking slackers slated. Slacking.
Slate those slackers.
That'll be the healing for that one.
Thank you. And then Sybil.
Hopefully got lots and lots of bodies out of here.
So it's not a matter of finding lots and lots of bodies. What happens is as you begin to dig around, which obviously took you a couple hours because this place has been pretty ransacked. There's a lot of shit just kind of heaped in here. It looks like when the cult moved through, they were actually like throwing trash in here, and it kind of created a heap. When you get down to the floor level, though, you hear a cough. And you as you begin to search around on your hands and knees, you find a little hole in one of the floorboards, and as you get your finger under there, you feel a latch. You flip the latch, and as you do so, you open the floorboard, and you see a small ladder that goes down about 10 feet, and then a small 10 by 10 cellar in the bottom, and 6 survivors are hiding underneath this place.
Well, then she's going to help them out, get them to the center, and then move on.
All right.
Are all of them in good enough shape to be able to get up the ladder?
Yeah, they're pretty much unscathed.
Well, fantastic then. Okay. Her next thing then is to go and start investigating the horrible, horrible tunnels. So I'm going to see which one's closer.
Okay, one moment. Okay, yeah, you can move yourself over there either way.
Yep, the tunnel to the center of the map and to the right is closer, so she's going to go and try and investigate that. But as she does so, though, she's going, she might get lost. It's about time for me to have a crappy roll. She is going to ask the major, no, never mind, no, she's not. She's not focused on that.
Okay.
So she's going to go to the tunnel.
Okay, so, Gartok, as you are setting this place on fire, you feel like you've got a little while longer before you can truly get it to catch, and you're obviously still gathering corpses and dragging them in there as well. Bloodmane, you are over on the southwestern portion of the map. You have cleaned the entire southern portion of the map and brought them over to the closest pyre, and you are in the you grab onto this guy. You're in the process of dragging him right now. You guys have your survivors in the center. Oh shit! Hang on, I missed 2 guys. Okay, they're in the fire now. Some of these guys are really small, so if I missed one, just let me know. But as you guys are going about your business, Winnie and Ulrich, you're ushering this guy down to the south here. Am I assuming that you two would have walked him down there, where you're like, hey, take the healing and go find the fucking people?
Right. No, yeah, because at this point I was going to come back for my next action and be starting another round of circles to get them out.
Okay, so unfortunately, time has run out. And there's going to be a thing happening now. But, you are where you are right now, meaning Ulrich, you have just gotten down here. Winnie, you have just gotten down here. You guys see Sybil cross over to the whatchamacallit, the burrow, or the tunnel entrance. And something happens that draws your attention.
Oh no, there's music.
As you all continue to go about your business and you begin to progress in the activities of setting buildings on fire, adding bodies to pyres, which, by the way, in what has been 12 hours, you guys have very, very successfully done. It is nightfall. Everything has grown dark. And everything has grown very cold, and it's about at this point that you realize that it has not only grown cold, it has grown suspiciously cold. From the west, near the opening of where the World Breaker had busted through the jungle wall, you all hear the sounds of wailing and crying. Spectral forms calling out into the opening that was, at one point in time, the Glorian Jungle Oasis. With that, you all turn your attention and look, and it's at this point that my assumption would be Ulrich immediately says, it's time to pull the trigger.
Yeah,
Yes.
I was gonna say Winnie would say to like two mages, you two start getting circles going, get everybody out of here. Ulrich, start casting your circles so we can get out, and she would be trying to protect as many as she could.
Okay, so we're gonna do it like this. From the west, from that spot, you guys see a black, shadowy wall rise up from nothingness. And as nothingness comes into fruition as this black cloud, you see red spectral energy spilling out of it. The temperature drops 50 degrees immediately. Bloodmane, as you look down to the south, because you hear loud bangs and pops, you realize that the entirety of the lagoon, except for the very dead center of it, has frozen solid. The leaves begin to melt, literally, out of the jungle flora. As you look up into the remaining branches and boughs and at the grass on the ground, everything begins to curl and sizzle out of existence as it rapidly rots. And that is when you see the cloud take shape. Before you, you see a massive wall of dark red and black spectral energy moving towards you rapidly. At the very base of it, you see skeletal forms marching as if they were soldiers on a battlefield in formation towards you. I need everybody to roll for initiative.
make sure you click your character.
If not, I can set it up on my own. Not good, Winnie. Oh, actually, that was good, Winnie.
Yeah, weapon of warning.
Hey, whoever just subbed, thank you. Who was that? I heard it in my ear. I don't pay a whole
That's
lot
a
of attention to
follow.
chat.
Yeah,
Oh, it was a
Jason-
follow? Hey, I'll take the follow. Thank you for the follow. I don't pay a whole lot of
I
attention
don't
to chat.
love that we just used two
I don't pay
nat
a whole lot of
20s
attention to
on
chat
initiatives.
while I DM because I give everybody the
this case, it's
attention
pretty
that
good.
they so desperately need
Yeah.
and deserve. But I just wanted to say thank you very much for the
But
follow. We appreciate
there's
you
a
being here.
cost
Hopefully
to
you're
that.
enjoying yourself. Things are about to get really fucking weird. So bear with us.
Sorry, my initiative came so late. I was busy updating my character. Oh, I see a very familiar looking cloud. Oh, it's gotten worse.
All right, so this massive Sybil, what did you roll? You rolled a 26.
26.
Okay, just so I've got everybody clear on my end, I'm just going to confirm really quickly. Winnie 17, Ulrich 8, Sybil 26, Bloodmane 5, and Gartok 21.
I've got a 23.
Yeah,
Oh,
he
23?
rolls with advantage.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what?
It's the barbarian thing.
Yeah, you know, so the crazy thing about this fucking, about the way that the programs talk to each other is that, Roll20 is still, if you are rolling with advantage, it's still not taking the highest and slotting it into the encounter builder. It's slating the first roll. So that's why Winnie's showed up as a 4, and I was like, what the fuck, that's not right. Okay, give me a sec, sorry about that. Alright. So. Okay, so this form, this wall, this spectral wall appears before you and begins to rapidly move into the space. With it comes this contingent of 10 skeletons. They look standard. There's nothing special about them. They've got small green pinpricks of light that are keeping their bodies animated. It's the effects of the necromancy. But behind it, you see the wall that was just shown to you guys. So, with that being said, we're gonna start at the top. Sybil, you get the jump. You feel the chill. As you look down and around you, you realize, oh shit, the entire lagoon, up except for the very dead center, has frozen. The trees around you now appear nothing more than gnarled and twisted, and around the base of them and all around you, as far as you can see into the jungle, is just piles of necrotic sludge where the organic material has just rotted away from these trees, and the undead begin to fall upon you. Sybil, what do you do?
Step 1, try not to panic. Step 2,
Was that wait, hang on. Did I hear that as a question? Do we need to make a roll?
No.
Or does she have control of herself?
that's a statement. She's been hyper-focused at the moment. So step 1 is try not to panic. Step 2 is to step around the burrow and to try and she's going to try and pull them towards her a little bit. So she's going to move between the fire. I'm counting real fast. Okay. And then she's going to fire an arrow. It's a short bow, so it's going to be disadvantaged because I'm out of my range, I think.
Yeah, what is it, 80 feet? 80, 160?
Yep. 80, 320.
Oh, it's 320? Okay.
Yeah, so I'm definitely out of range. So
Okay.
I'm going to disadvantage, try and fire.
Alright, go ahead and give me a roll, please.
Okay. Nope, that'll basically guarantee miss, but that is okay.
Okay, yeah, unfortunately 11. So you fire it, and as it lobs high, it lands about 20 feet short of the formation moving towards you. Or moving in your general direction.
She is going to just kind of yell, just to she's gonna yell just something along the lines of like, "Hey, bag of bones, over here," to try and get them focused in her direction, hopefully help by the mages a minute.
Okay. That brings us to Bloodmane. Bloodmane with a corpse in his hand, just looking out at these motherfuckers walking through the mist.
It's time for your boy to get the fuck out of here. Alright, I am going to double my movement and head east by 80. So I believe that would be here.
Okay. So you bolt towards the center?
Yep. And I think that's pretty much it.
Okay. One sec here. Alright. Gartok.
Okay, so I'm guessing I haven't started fire because the place got colder again.
Yeah, so this whole thing was you gathering the corpses as part 1. Part 2 was getting the corpses built up in a pyre, and then part 3 would be the actual ignition. You were 2 hours short of actually having a full ignition.
Alright, fair enough. In that case, Gartok would kind of seeing the undead and the shadows and stuff. He doesn't like this. This is bad juju, as you said. And he's gonna pull out his bow and run 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 over there.
Okay.
Actually, no, over there. Sorry.
Okay.
And he is going to fire 4 times because I'm gonna action search because he's going all out.
Okay. So go ahead and give me you're gonna action surge, so you use your go ahead and fire your first 2 shots. Okay, well 26 is awesome. 22 is also awesome. Okay, 1 moment please. Okay. Go ahead and roll some damage. Both of those hit. You hit the first. I'm assuming you're firing at the skeletons, or are you firing at the cloud?
The skeletons. He's firing at whatever's closest.
Okay, understood. So the first two skeletons you fire at, both strike. Give me damage on the first one. Beautiful. And the second shot. Beautiful. All right, so you fire the first shot. It punches straight through this thing's shield, and the arrow rattles around inside of its rib cage, and you see bone fragments kind of spill out. It looks down, kind of surprised, looks back up at you, and that's when the second arrow catches it in the skull, and the skull just detonates, and the whole thing just crumples into a pile of bones. Next 2 shots. 17.
Do both hit?
Give me 1 sec. No, that's not the one I wanted. Sorry. No, that is not the one I wanted. I
I'm glad
apologize.
that's
I
not the one you-
apologize.
Thank God.
That's
That
oh,
was so
bye,
much
let's go. Bye now.
That was so much worse.
If
That
they
was.
started speaking, I'm gone. Fuck it.
Yeah, as soon as the fucking music box starts, that's when Gartok looks inside the fucking building he was just about to light a blaze, and there's a doll in the window, and it's just like, come play with me.
Oh, gone. Goodbye.
Get the fuck out!
There we go. That's a little bit more intense. I was really trying to set a theme there, but that ambient Halls of the Undead, or Land of the Dead, was terrible, so fuck that. You're fighting Amazons now. Alright. Alright,
I'll
second
take
2
it to the
arrows.
previous one.
Yeah, the second 2 arrows do hit. Go ahead and give me some damage, please. Alright, 8. Second arrow. 8. So the first 2 leading this formation are just absolutely obliterated. Their bones hit the ground. Almost instinctually, the skeleton immediately behind the first guy you killed reaches over and grabs the standard bearer that was standard that was being carried and begins to carry it. Actually, I have something to show you guys. I forgot I made fucking banners for like all the factions in this game. I got something for you. You want to see it? I know you do.
Hell yeah, I want to see it.
Yeah. There you go. That is the banner that you see. That's the heraldry you see hanging from the banner being carried by these skeletons. Okay, and I'll leave you with that. All right, Gartok. Anything else? You fire 4 arrows. 2 skeletons. The one in the rear bends over, picks the banner up, and they continue to march.
I think I'll move up 1 more, and that's all I'm gonna do.
Okay, understood.
I agree. What does the banner on the skeleton look very happy? I don't like it.
They're happy because they know that blood makes the grass grow.
Blood for the blood god?
So much.
Skulls for the skull throne.
You dug too deep.
Okay, so the formation of skeletons moves forward, and then they begin to split. So you see them pick up almost like a double time march as the block of 8 skeletons splits into 2. And they begin to descend upon you. Thankfully for you, Lucy, they had to dash in order to make that 60 feet. So that's that. Alright, now. the cloud. And within the cloud, Gray, you are, stop playing in so many of my goddamn games. Wrong character. Lucy, Gartok, you can hear, just a cacophony of wailing spirits coming from the interior of this cloud as it moves. Over and over and over, dozens of them. As it gets to this point, the cloud swells. And as it swells, a burst of absolutely frigid, undead Arctic air explodes from the interior of said cloud. Gartok, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. Beautiful.
19.
19. So, as the cloud subsides, Gartok, you realize that your body has been absolutely riddled with frigid air. You, unfortunately, failed the save. Welcome to high-tier gameplay, my friends. Gartok, you take 42 points of cold damage, and you are incapacitated for 1 minute. And just, incapacitated means you cannot take actions or reactions. Any action or reaction. Unfortunately for you, guess what? Everything is an action. You cannot move. You cannot take bonus actions. You cannot take reactions. You cannot take spells, spell attacks, nothing. Okay. With that being said, as the cloud swelled, there is a pulse of necrotic energy that that begins to spill out of the pile that Gartok has so lovingly built of corpses in town. And as that happens, Gartok, even though you are incapacitated, you can still, you've got your senses about you. You glance over with one chameleon eye to the right, and you realize that there are things moving inside of that pile as you begin to hear as corpses. I don't even like it. Corpses begin to claw their way out of the pile. Animated. Alright. That is its turn. Back to the top of the round.
I'm distracting most of them.
Sorry, we got two more people. Sorry, guys. Alright, Winnie.
Alright, so Winnie is going to... I'm going to use Misty Step, so that's my bonus action, to get to right here. And I'm going to cast Summon... I'm sorry, no. Conjure Animals at 5th level so that I will get 16 1/8 CR creatures.
Okay, say that again. You're casting it at what level?
5th.
Okay, make sure you mark it off.
Yep.
And it was Conjure Animals?
It was Conjure Animals, so it'll
Okay.
be
Yeah, so it's
16 1/4. Sorry, 1/4 or lower.
Okay, so 16 1/4.
Yep.
Okie dokie. Roll a d20 for me, please.
Ooh, I don't know if that's good or bad.
1? Okay.
I don't know what the list looks like, so... Hopefully it's cows.
I'd like to make a beef joke, but I think I'm the one being preserved at the moment.
You are, indeed, yes.
Just tell me we're not going to be fighting zombie cows.
Well, no, these are on our side, so...
There's so many.
You said distract.
Yeah.
What are these, axe beaks?
They are axe beaks.
Oh,
Yep.
called
One on the 1/4 list is axe beaks. All right. So Winnie, you conjure you call upon your essence, and in this place of power, in this place of spiritual energy, especially as a shepherd, you bring down your fist from the sky, and as you do so, in the cloudy, overcast darkness and in the freezing, frigid cold, there are 16 bursts of green light, and as the green light materializes, you see small archways quickly form, and from the archways comes these gigantic, I mean literally, they are horse-sized like ostriches, except their front of their face has a massive like axe-like entity attached to the end of it, and these are axe beaks. You have 16 fucking axe beaks.
Alright. I feel like a summoner.
All right. Yeah, this is why you play. I mean, Circle of Shepherd. This is your fucking jam.
I was like, what am I gonna do? What am I... Oh, yeah, just leveling.
Okay, Winnie, anything else?
I actually think that's all of my economy, other than I'll use my environmental to just yell, "Get them out of here!" And get ready to fight.
All right, Ulrich.
I'm gonna do what I was told, and I'll pull out my scroll of teleportation circle and start my own to get us out.
Okay, very good. I am going to. So Casey in the shall do it next to you.
I'm actually gonna like move just like right by this building, so I've got a little bit of cover from things coming at least from this direction.
Okay, so you begin your circle. I've got the 10 next to you. That is the number of rounds that you have to succeed and survive. Give me one moment. I got another little something for you. And you guys did tell 2 of the mages to begin, correct?
Yes, Winnie did.
Okay. So, those 2 mages have begun their circles. Ulrich, there's your circle, buddy. Okay. All right. So, Ulrich, you begin your. You said this was a scroll. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and mark the scroll off of your inventory for me, please. And then we're going to go to the very top of the round. Now, we're going to stop here because it is 2 o'clock and we are out of time for today. However, I will say this. Whoopsie daisy. This is effectively because when you guys gave them the command, that was already 1 round of them beginning their casting. So they are. So as of this point, top of the round, the mages are 2 rounds deep in their teleportation circle. I'm going to do a little bit of manipulating of bodies here, so bear with me. So essentially, the NPCs the villagers, the ones who have survived and been brought back to very good health for the most part of them, they have began to swarm around, and they will always act at the top of the round. Just so we've got a clear idea of how this is going to happen. They will always act at the top of the round. Candace, do your axe speaks with that spell? Do they go on your turn? Actually, disregard. I'm literally looking at the spell, and I'm a piece of shit for asking you.
You're not. I was gonna say I sent you a note about it so we could fix it later, but the ones that are like behind the undead, I don't think they could go that far because it's only 60 feet. So I was gonna have them going up, but we can adjust that later. So I'm not holding up.
Well, no, let's just do it now because we're gonna have an argument about it later. So,
Okay.
So you want them up to the north?
Yeah, this one is the farthest. The 3 behind it, we're just gonna go. I was just gonna do like up here. Yeah. And then the last one, like there. Yeah.
Okay,
Perfect,
I was gonna
that's
say
fine.
I can.
As
do
long
that
as
back.
they're just within. I was very careful about making sure I was in range.
Sure. Yep. Okay, so we'll do it like that. Okay, so it looks like so. Go ahead and roll initiative for them, please. Click.
Sure.
So open the axe speak card because these are axe speaks. So just open the
Yeah.
axe speak card and just roll
Yep.
the initiative check for me, so I can get a note, and then I will get them added in.
It was a 15.
Okay, so I needed to roll zombie initiative, axe speak initiative. I will get them added to the order, and then we'll start it since we know we're at the top of the round. I'll make sure that we have that ready to go for the next bit of gameplay, or for the next session. The mages. Now they told you flat out, we can't do the combat thing for you. That's not what we're prepared for. But even without being given an order from anybody about anything, as the 2 mages began their ritual to get this teleportation circle active, the remaining mages have physically moved between them, meaning the mages and the townsfolk, and the undead. And you don't know what they will or won't do, but just note that they are aggressively holding their ground right now and are all, touching things on their person. They're starting to flip through books. They're, grabbing components. It looks like they might, if they absolutely have to, pull out at least cantrips to assist, to make sure these people do not die. I don't think that there was anything else that I needed to cover. Any questions, comments, or clarifications as I'm going to zoom out and get a big picture look now. This place is fucked up.
No.
What do you guys think of having 2 maps of the same exact place and just have it undergo a transformation?
That's pretty awesome, actually.
Really cool. Yeah.
It was a pain in my fucking ass, by the way.
I'm
Getting
sure.
everything to line up the way it needed to line up. Terrible. The worst. The worst.
The
motherfucking worst. Okay. Alright, guys. Yeah, I think that'll be that then. So next Friday, we have our next session. Casey, we're noting that you're going to be late. Not an issue because guess what? Ulrich is casting a fucking teleportation circle anyways.
Right.
So,
Yeah,
I mean, that literally is the perfect fucking... Take your time. Get a sandwich. Take your time. Take a fucking nap. Wouldn't it be funny if something comes around the corner and just like, boop, fuck your concentration. No, you're pretty well hidden.
That's why I chose to try the circle first, because I'm going to be late next session anyway, so...
I mean, honestly, that's genius. True genius. And by the way, this fight was 100% unavoidable. Just from me to you guys, there was a 12-hour limit, and when you got to the 12-hour limit, it was just a matter of how long you guys wanted to hang around. If you would have taken that first 20 and been like, fuck it, let's get out of here, I mean, you never would have encountered this. They would have just come and gone. But I'm glad you did, because honestly, this is kind of interesting. So, and there's a lot of fucking axe speaks on this field. I hate it.
Realizing that casting at 5th level would double the number I could have, I was like, yeah.
Actually, that
Sorry,
reminds me too. What are the bonuses that your summoned creatures get?
+2. Let me double check that, but it's a +2. Hold on, I'll find.
Jonathan! I love that movie.
Oh, Jonathan. Yeah, not Jordan.
On a side note, I have classes from I think 10 till 2 p.m., maybe a bit later on Friday. So I'll be here for the session. I just might be a bit more tired than usual.
Oh, okay. Well, as long as you keep shooting arrows, You're in good.
I currently can't shoot arrows, so.
So any beast or fey you conjure appears with more HP than normal, 2 extra HP per hit die, and the damage from its natural weapons is considered magical. Okay, so you'll just have to remember that when we're going into other stuff, and then the HP increase. So how many hit die do they
It's an additional 6 because they have
6?
3d10. Yeah, additional 6 hit points.
Okay, so that would mean they each have 25, not 19.
Correct.
That's a powerful fucking. I'm gonna delete all these axe speaks really
Yeah,
quick.
it is.
All right. Okay, guys. No other questions?
No.
Just concerns.
Honestly,
Yeah, very
I've got a
many
lot of fucking
concerns.
concerns right now, too.
Many.
You
At
know what's
least
bad?
16.
Yeah, I'm not even concerned about my fucking... I'm not even concerned about nothing except for you guys destroying all my cool shit, like, immediately, but that's alright.
Actually, I have 10 concerns.
You have
One of them happens to be a cloud of fog.
in the form of the undead currently surrounding you in your incapacitated state as a giant
Exactly.
spectral wall moves towards you. I fucking love that monster. Okay, guys, we'll leave it here. We'll see you next week for awesome D&D. Make sure that you... well, it's going to be a Friday night, so y'all know that I'm going to be having a couple of brewskis to ride this fucking thing out. We're going to do it to it, have some fun, and hopefully see a conclusion of this fight and move on towards your guys' next task, with which, if I'm not mistaken, once you are said and done with all of this, you guys are going to be moving and getting yourselves back to taking on the fucking Crone,
Yeah,
which
that's
is
the
even
plan.
cooler. All right.
It's just a like eventful couple of like days for this party.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, guys, we'll go ahead and end it there. Thank you again so much for hanging out today, and we'll see you guys on Friday. Have a good
Thanks,
week.
guys.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
By the way, Xavier, just so you know, when you were saying, "Can you give me from the blast?" I was like, "Make it dexterity, please be dexterity, please be dexterity." When you
Yeah,
said
that's a really
Constitution, I quite out loud said, "Fuck."
Gotcha, bitch.
At least it wasn't intelligent.
That's fair. All right, we're gonna find someone to
You
raid.
guys have a good day.
Yep, we'll see you guys later. We'll be on playing some BG3 later. So if we see, we see. If we don't, we don't. And we'll see you next week. All right, friends of the stream. Let's go ahead and have a little peeky-poo and see who we're gonna raid. I think we're gonna raid. Let's see, Dr. Bosky. Dr. Bosky. Pokemon cast Apperjax. You know, we haven't seen Apperjax. You know what? Chaos Queen's on. We'll raid Chaos Queen. We'll just go raid Chaos Queen. I like raiding Chaos Queen. I'll be after re-additional sleep. I'll be here after redditional sleep. Redditional? Or after? Oh, after additional. Okay, I got you. There was a little... Yeah, you're sleepy. Go sleep. Go sleep. Go night-nights. All right, guys. This was an awesome session. I'm super excited for where this is going. I'm super excited for D&D next week. And then after next week, we're going to... after next Friday, we're going to be gone for a week in Disney, and then we'll be back for all sorts of other cool stuff. So, yeah. We are... Well, I don't know. She's not loading. Shit. Oh, there she is. Okay, cool. All right, guys, here we go. We're taking everybody with us. Thank you all so much, and we'll be back tonight.
Yeah,
By the way,
so-
tonight in Baldur's Gate 3, I am going to be hunting Orin. I am taking that bitch down, and I'm going to do everything in my power to make it happen tonight, so we'll see what happens.
Oh,
All right, guys. Bye-bye.
man.